Hi again, everybody. Robin Hook with you live from Robert J. Bob's Stadium at Himes Field. It's the final week of the regular season for Western Michigan and Mid-American Conference Baseball. Broncos trying to secure one of those 6 spots for the MAC tournament next week in Avon, Ohio. Currently tied for 6th place with Eastern Michigan and Central Michigan. So we'll keep an eye on those scores. Broncos taking on last place Ohio here. The Bobcats have already been eliminated from Mid-American Conference Tournament contention. Broncos will go with their normal Friday starter on this Thursday. Home opener against Ohio. It'll be Ty McKinstry on the hill for Western Michigan, and he'll face another right-hander, Blake Gasky. Here's the starting lineup for Ohio. Leading off playing center field, Trenton Noor. Batting second in right field, Ben Slanker. Hitting third at first base, Drew Cox. Batting fourth behind the plate, the catcher, Jackson Cawthron. Batting fifth in left field, Caleb Carl. In the 6th spot and DHing today, Blake Reed. Batting seventh at third base, Trey Cassidy. Hitting eighth at second base, Cale Steinbaugh. And batting ninth at shortstop, Cam Bryant. They'll see Ty McKinstry, who's 3-7 with a 4.76 earned run average. Ty from Frankenmuth, Michigan, transfer from Davenport University. Defensively for the Broncos, Dylan Nevar's in left, Tanner Malley in center. Connor Ostrander's the right fielder. Mike Maloney in third, Brendan Harity at shortstop, Grady Mee at second, Avery Thielman down at first base. Behind the plate today, Chris Akers, and on the mound, Ty McKinstry. This will be Ty's 14th appearance, all starts, 68 innings. He's given up 60 hits, 48 runs, 36 earned runs. He's walked 35, struck out 50. Opponents hitting just .233 on Ty McKinstry. And here's the first pitch of the ball game, and it's swung on and fouled over the Bronco dugout. 1 strike, the count on the leadoff hitter, Trenton Noor. He's batting at .271 with a home run and 19 runs batted in. He's a grad student out of Nicholasville, Kentucky. Takes a pitch for a strike. That's a slider. As home plate umpire Sal Giacomantonio goes up with a right hand. He's behind the dish today. James Mulock at first. Sean Schaefer-Markle umpiring at third base. There's a swing and a foul back. Count stays 0-2 on the leadoff hitter, Trenton Noor. He'll be followed by Ben Slanker and Drew Cox. Trenton Noor, grad student. Swings and fouls this one back and out of play. Stays 0-2 as Ty McKinstry fills up the zone. Mostly sunny skies here today at Himes Field. Temperature in the mid-80s. How about it? Open stance at the plate for Noor. Here's the pitch to him. Swing and a chopper in the hole at short. Backhand stab by Harity. Gets to his feet, throws across. He got him. Web gem to start the game by Brendan Harity. He went far to his right from the grass, just up off his knees. Fires a high one across to the 6'5" first baseman, Avery Thielman, who hauled it in, and they get the leadoff hitter, Trenton Noor, by a half a step. Great play by Harity to start this one. 1 down here in the Bobcat first inning. That'll bring up Ben Slanker, and he is a good one. Left-handed hitter. Takes one in there for a strike and a changeup. Top of the zone. Slanker's a sophomore from Canfield, Ohio, playing right field today. Hitting at .291. He's got 17 home runs and 62 runs batted in. There's a strike call. He's behind in the count now. No balls and 2 strikes. Slanker is tied for the MAC lead in home runs with 17. Good-looking left-handed hitter. He's behind in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. The pitch, swing, and he just got the end of the bat on that one back to the screen. Bobcats came in 12-36. They're 7-20 in the MAC. They're in 11th and the last place in Mid-American Conference Baseball. Will not play next week as their season will end on Saturday. There's a fly ball to left field, deep. Nevar going back at the track near the fence, reaches up. And did he make the catch? No, he did not. It's a home run for Slanker. Looked like Dillon had it, but it went off the glove and over the rail and out of here for a home run, number 18 for Ben Slanker, as he goes opposite field, and the Bobcats take the lead 1-0 Ohio. Dillon had a beat on that ball, got back to the warning track, then leaped at the top of the fence, and I thought he had it. I think the official out there thought he had it too, because he went up with the right hand, but then realized that Dillon didn't have it. And it's a home run, 1-0 Ohio. That'll bring up Drew Cox, and he takes the first pitch for a ball outside. Cox is a freshman from Mason, Ohio, playing first base. Hitting .293, no home runs, 7 runs batted in for Drew Cox. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a chopper to third. Charging hard is Maloney. Bare hands it over to first in time. Oh, the left side of the infield. Showing off here in the first inning. First it was Harity. That time it was Maloney. His only chance was to bare hand that ball and make the throw, and he did it, and he did it perfectly. 2 outs for the Bobcats, and that'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Jackson Cothran, catcher, senior out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Murfreesboro puts out a lot of baseball players. There's the pitch. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Been down there during my youth coaching days for several tournaments in Murfreesboro. Cothran standing in at .290 with 7 home runs, 18 runs batted in. He hits a one-hopper to me from the outfield grass. He throws him out to retire the side. But Slanker hits his 18th home run of the season as he goes opposite field to give the Bobcats a 1-0 lead. Broncos will bat in their half of the first. 1-0 Ohio from Himes Field on YouTube Live. Here's your lineup for Western Michigan. Leading off playing center field, Tanner Malley. Batting second, the third baseman, Mike Maloney. Hitting third in left field, Dylan Nevar. Batting fourth, the designated hitter, Lucas Rick. Hitting fifth at first base, Avery Thielman. Batting sixth in right field, Connor Ostrander. Batting seventh, the second baseman, Grady Mee. Hitting eighth behind the plate, Chris Akers, and batting ninth at shortstop, Brendan Harity. Broncos will face a right-hander, Blake Gasky. He's got a record of 4-5, ERA of 8.25. He's a senior out of Davenport, Ohio, and a transfer from Southeastern Iowa Community College. Check his numbers here. Gasky from Davenport, Iowa, not Davenport, Ohio, obviously. And as we look at his numbers for this season, this will be his 14th appearance, all in a starter's role. 67 2/3 innings of work. He's given up 89 hits, 66 runs, 62 earned runs, 28 walks, 46 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .322 off of him, and he's given up 12 bombs this year. 8.25 earned run average for Blake Gasky. 4-5 record. Broncos will lead off with Tanner Malley, followed by Mike Maloney and Dylan Nevar. Tanner's a sophomore from Lisle, Illinois, center fielder, and a good one. Perfect fielding percentage, 77 putouts and 77 chances out there in conference play, hitting .356, no home runs, 18 runs batted in. Swings and lines the first pitch into right field, but diving in front of that baseball to make the catch, the right fielder is Slanker. Slides on one knee and makes the grab on a shot to right by Tanner Malley on the first offering from Gasky. 1 pitch and 1 out here in the Bronco first inning. That'll bring up Mike Maloney, senior out of Makina, Illinois. The Bronco third baseman hitting .299, no home runs, 30 runs batted in. Hitting .313 in conference play. Here's the kick and the pitch to him. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Bobcats came in last in the MAC in earned run average at 8.28. There's the pitch. Inside, 2-0. They can hit, though. 6th in the conference, hitting at .286. And the best of the bunch has them on the board here first, Ben Slenker. 2-0 on the way. There's a strike called outside corner. 2-1 on Maloney. Not much wind today. Old Glory hanging straight down the pole in right center. There's a pitch outside. Count goes 3-1 now on Maloney. Sal Giacomintonio behind home plate and his umpiring colleagues out on the bases, rocking the short sleeve blue tops today. And there's a pitch over but low, ball 4, and Maloney draws a walk. Broncos wearing the brown tops today with the gold Broncos across the front, gold numbers on the back, gold trim. Ohio in the gray road jerseys and pants. And here's Dylan Nevar, senior out of Wisconsin Dells, playing his final 3 games here at Himes Field this weekend. Here's the kick on the pitch. In there for a strike. All-time leader in RBIs at Western Michigan and total bases. He's 1 home run away from tying Kate Sullivan for the career high in home runs. Future Hall of Famer right here, Dylan Nevar. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a bouncer to short. Could be a force at second. It is. The throw to first is not in time. They get the force at second. Nevar beats out the relay. And there's 2 out with a runner at first for Lucas Rick. The big man out of Rockford, Michigan, hitting .270, 7 home runs, 27 runs batted in, second on the team in homers. Hitting .277 in league play, just a tick higher than that .270 overall mark for Lucas. Here's the pitch to him, and it is outside. 1 ball, no strikes on Lucas. Hometown Rockford, Michigan, played junior college ball in Rockford, Illinois at Rock Valley. Here's the 1-0 to him. Breaking ball outside, 2-0. Two balls, no strikes on Rick. 1-0 Ohio here in the bottom of the first. Nevar gets his lead. They toss over there, and he gets back with a head-first slide. Dylan, not really a stolen base threat. He's 1 out of 3 this year. Rick stands deep in the box, feet close together, bat low over the right shoulder. And he takes a strike at the knees on the outside corner, 2-1 on Lucas. They're playing him rather shallow in the outfield. A little bit around to left. The 2-1. On the way. Swinging a bouncer that is through into right field for a base hit. Nevar rounding second, heading to third. Here's the throw, going to be a play, and he is out at third base. Dylan didn't think they tagged him, but down to make the call was home plate umpire Sal Giacomintonio, and he called him out. The throw definitely beat him to third base. And because the outfielders were in, as we mentioned prior to that pitch, the right fielder, Slanker, got to that ball hurriedly and threw a bullet strike to the bag to get Dylan Nevar trying to advance first to third. And that'll end the inning. We go to the second inning. It's Ohio on top, 1-0. This is Western Michigan baseball from Himes Field, Robert J. Bob's Stadium. You're on YouTube Live. One nothing Ohio on the Schlenker solo home run the opposite way to left. In the top of the first, Broncos unable to answer, so we go to the second, 1-0 Ohio, and this 168th meeting in baseball between these two teams. Way back in the 50s and 60s, early 70s, Western Michigan and Ohio, the powerhouses of Mid-American Conference baseball. It's the 168th meeting, as we mentioned. Broncos have the edge in the all-time series, 94 wins, 73 losses. Broncos have swept the Bobcats in each of the last two seasons and won 6 in a row here in Kalamazoo against Ohio. They could use a sweep here to lock up 6th place in the MAC. First pitch is a strike. 1 strike the count on Caleb Carl. Swing and a chopper that is foul, just foul. Wow, that was close. Maloney would have had no play because of the hop that thing took. Third base umpire Sean Schaefer-Markle ruled it a foul ball. So Carl returns to home plate. He was all the way down the right field line. He's behind in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Blake Reed and Trey Cassidy to follow in the Bobcat order. Carl's hitting .277 with a home run and 8 runs batted in. Here's the pitch to him. Swing and a bouncer to first. Oh, it took a funny hop on Thielman. He gloves it and throws out the runner with a pitcher covering. McKinstry got over to the bag in a hurry and made the play. That ball took a crazy hop off the grass. Might have hit right at the meeting of the grass and the dirt, and it took a bounce to the right, and Thielman reached up and batted it down with his bare hand and then trickled over to his right. He scooted over there, picked it up, and McKinstry making a beeline to the bag, got the throw. That's an outstanding play. We've had 3 great plays on the infield so far by Western Michigan early in this game. There's a pitch outside. 1 ball, no strikes to Blake Reed. He's the DH out of Gahanna, Ohio. He's a grad student, hitting .306 with 3 home runs and 26 runs batted in. 1-0 pitch on the way is in there for his strike. He checked his swing. He went around anyway. A ball and a strike on that changeup. Ty ready to work the pitch. Swing, line drive into center field. Base hit. Grady Mee laid out, but just got past his outstretched glove for a single. 1-out hit for Ohio. I'll bring up Trey Cassidy. Cassidy's from Northville, Michigan. Left-handed hitter, sophomore, playing third base. Was set by McKinstry. And the pitch is outside. 1 ball, no strikes on Trey Cassidy. He went to Detroit Catholic Central, getting .281, 2 home runs, 28 runs batted in for Trey Cassidy. Runner at first, 1 out here in the Bobcats' second inning. They lead it 1-0. There's a chopper to second. And Grady Mee with a fine play to shortstop covering it. second base, and the relay in time. Another spectacular play on the infield, this time by Grady Mee. As he got that hard shot, flipped it to Harrity, covering the bag at second with his glove. Harrity then with a high throw across. But Avery Thielman down there stretched all 6 feet 5 inches to haul it in, and they got Cassidy busting down the first base line. Another outstanding play by the Bronco infield here early in this game. It stays 1-0 Ohio. Broncos bat in the bottom of the second. From Robert J. Bob Stadium at Himes Field, I'm Robin Hook. It's Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Here we go. Broncos down a run in the second inning. Thielman will lead it off, followed by Ostrander and Chris Akers. First pitch is in for a strike on the Kalamazoo Central product. Hitting .272, 2 home runs, 26 runs batted in. Here's the 0-1 on the way. High, 1 ball, 1 strike. Avery hitting .272 overall, .279 in league play, so a little bit higher in the 27 conference games today. Here's the 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Tank tops, short sleeves, and shorts, the order of the day here at Himes today. And it's a shame it's the last 3 games of the home season. Pitch is outside, 3-1 on Avery Thielman. Feet shoulder width apart, slightly open with that front foot. Bat high over the right shoulder. Takes a pitch that is outside. He turned around and looked to Sal Giacomintonio, and he said, "Take your base." Leadoff walk for Avery Thielman brings up Connor Ostrander. Junior outfielder out of Granger, Indiana. Edwardsburg High School. Connor's hitting at .259, no home runs, 21 runs batted in. There's the set of the pitch. It's in there for a strike as Blake Gasky went with a slide step that time. Trying to keep that runner close. Does it again, and the pitch is outside. Ball and a strike. Connor has hit much better in conference play. He's hitting .307 in the MAC games this season. There's a chopper foul down the first base line. That took a funny bounce in the grass. that wind we've had around here, along with the hot weather the last couple of days, has created a little choppiness there in the grass. Here's a 1-2 on the way. That's inside, back them away. 2-2 on Connor Ostrander. Grady Mee on deck. How about the infield play so far by the Broncos? Wow. All four infielders have made outstanding plays. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch swung on in line right behind second base. The shortstop, Bryant, fields it. Throw to first in time for the double play. Connor hit that hard over the mound, but the shortstop, Bryant, was shaded towards the bag and went right to his glove. He stepped on second base and doubles up Ostrander at first. 2 outs. Here's Grady Mee. Second baseman out of Toledo, hitting .283, 3 home runs, 25 runs batted in for Grady Mee. And there's a base hit on the first offering through the hole at first and second. Grady Mee, first pitch swinging, has a single with 2 out. The batter is Chris Akers. Townsend transfer from Elmwood Park, Illinois, playing his final year of college baseball, a little bit closer to his Illinois home here in Western Michigan. Right-handed hitter, stands up in the box. A little bit of a crouch, and there's a throw over to first. Grady gets back. Kind of spun a little bit on that initial step back to the bag. Now he adjusts that sliding mitt and gets ready to take second base because he's going. Nope, stays. Akers takes a strike. Grady Mee leads the MAC in stolen bases with 25. 25 for 27. Got his lead. Another throw. You can bet that they went over Grady Mee's speed when they took a look at the lineup for Western Michigan. Bobcats know what he can do on the bases. Here's the 0-1 coming up to Chris Akers. There he goes. Pitch is high, double clutched by the catcher. No chance. Grady Mee in with steal number 26. He's in scoring position now for Akers. 1-1 count on the Bronco catcher, hitting .190 with 1 home run, 14 runs batted in. Hitting .203 in conference play. There's the pitch to him. Swung on and popped up on the infield. Over near the bag at second base. Second baseman calls for it. And Cale Steinbaugh hauls it in to retire the side. Broncos strand a man. We go to the third. It's Ohio 1, Western Michigan nothing. This is Western Michigan baseball on YouTube Live. Training staffs for Western Michigan and Ohio, keeping those umpires out on the bases hydrated, as we have an 88-degree afternoon here in Kalamazoo. But after a rather chilly spring, these warm temps are kind of comfortable, to be honest with you. I'm not complaining. Cale Steinbach, Cam Bryant, and the top of the order for Ohio due up in the third. Bobcats on top 1-0 on a Ben Slanker opposite field home run in the first inning. First pitch to Steinbach is a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Kicking the pitch. Swung on and fouled back. Count evens at 1-1. Steinbach, junior from Georgetown, Illinois, hitting .188, no home runs, 1 run batted in. Ball and a strike to him. The pitch swung on and driven into the gap in left center field. That's going to go all the way to the wall. Scooped out by Tanner Malley on the warning track, and in with a stand-up double is Cale Steinbach. That'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Cam Bryant, out of Miamisburg, Ohio. He's the shortstop, a sophomore, hitting .294 with a home run and 11 runs batted in. Another left-handed hitter. Set by Ty, the kick in the pitch. There's a bunt. It's in front of the mound. Akers has no play but to first. And the sacrifice bunt moves Steinbach down to third base. Back to the top of the order. Trent Noor, the center fielder. Grounded out to short. Kicking the pitch. He squared the bunt, then takes it back and takes a strike. Neuer from Nicholasville, Kentucky. Awaits the 1-strike pitch. Swing and a base hit. RBI single. He hit it sharply into left center field. He's going to try for 2. Here's the throw. Not in time. He's in with a stand-up double. So Steinbach with a double. A sack moves him to third, and a double by Neuer drives him in. It's 2-0 Ohio. And here comes Slanker. Homered in the first inning, opposite field, off the glove of Nevar over the fence near the scoreboard in left field. Here's the pitch to him. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes to Slanker. Run in the first. Another run here in the third inning on 4 hits against Ty McKinstry, who works from the first base side of the rubber. The kick on the pitch. Swing and a miss. Slanker way out in front of the changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike. They play him deep and a little bit around the left. McKinstry has the sign off pitch com on his left wrist. Looks to second, and the pitch back Slanker away. 2-1. Bobcats trying to play the spoiler role here this weekend. 2 ball, 1 strike count on Slanker. The pitch, swing and a chopper to first. Thielman has it on a second hop and steps on the bag to retire Slanker. 2 down. Neuer advances to third base, and that'll bring up Drew Cox. Freshman first baseman How often do you see a freshman batting in the 3-hole? Not too often. 2 out, a runner at third. The pitch. Change up in there for a strike. Not a lot of power for Cox, but he's got that average up around 300. No balls, 1 strike to count on him. Long look to the plate, and that slide piece is outside 1-1. While Cox doesn't have any home runs, Broncos are playing him deep. Nevar 2 steps from the warning track out there and left. The 1-1 on the way. And he went around on a pitch out of the zone. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The count on Cox. Cothran would bat next. Neuer, the runner at third base. He doubled in Steinbaugh, who doubled earlier. The 1-2 offering outside, trying to get him to chase with a slider. 2-2. These 2 teams are back here tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Friday afternoon baseball. Two-two pitch from McKinstry with a runner at third. Swing and a base hit into right field. Driving in another run. Just reached out and slapped it opposite field to right. RBI single for Drew Cox. And it's now 3-0 Ohio. To be honest with you, the Bobcats could have more runs if not for the infield defense in the first and second inning by all 4 Bronco infielders. Here's Cothran batting. Grounded out to me in the first. The pitch to him. Swing and a fly ball into right center field. Melly over and under it. He makes the catch. Cothran hit it sharply, but right to Malley, and the side is retired, but the Bobcats add 2. We go to the bottom of the third. It's Ohio 3, Western Michigan nothing. This is Western Michigan baseball on YouTube Live. The Broncos are 12-5 here at Robert J. Bob's Stadium in Himes Field this season. They've won 6 in a row here at home. And over the last 3 years, the Broncos are 34-14 at Himes Field during that stretch. 29-10 in conference games. The Broncos have 11 wins in their last 13 conference series here at home. Most recent, that 3-game weekend sweep a couple of weeks ago here against Central Michigan. 9-1-2 hitters due up for the Broncos. Brendan Harity, senior out of Brighton, the shortstop for Western Michigan, playing his final games at home this weekend. .256 hitter with 2 home runs, 22 runs batted in. Started the season at third base where he played last season and then flopped with Maloney, who moved from short to third after a bit of an arm issue for Mike. And Brendan's been stellar at shortstop for Western Michigan. 1-1 the count now on the switch hitter from Brighton. The pitch to him. In there for a strike with a changeup. 1-2. Blake Gasky done a nice job so far for the Bobcats. Here's the windup and the pitch. Inside, back them away. 2-2 on Brendan. And again, that Bobcat infield is shallow. If Brendan can get one over their heads, he can run for a long time. There's a foul back, and count stays at 2-2. Hardy, one of the Broncos, will be honored on Saturday before the game on Senior Day here. There's a swing and a foul. I think that went off his ankle or maybe his foot. Luke Cairns, Brendan, Dylan Nevar, Reese Gaber, Joe Shapiro, Aiden Hines, and Jake Gernon honored pregame Saturday before the Broncos wrap up their home season here. 2 o'clock first pitch tomorrow, then 1 o'clock on Saturday. For tickets to those remaining 2 games, visit WMUBroncos.com/tickets. Here's the 2-2. Ooh, just off the corner outside. Count goes full now on Brendan Hardy. He's leading things off here in the 3rd inning for the Broncos, who trail 3-0. To the Bobcats trying to play the spoiler role here. The payoff on the way. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Back to the top of the order. Here's Tanner Malley.
Now batting for Broncos, number 2, Tanner Malley.
Was a shortstop in high school, converted to the outfield by the Bronco coaching staff, and he can really go get it out in center field. Takes the first pitch, breaking ball in for a strike. Get a sharp line drive to the right fielder, Slanker, on the first pitch of the bottom of the 1st inning. Takes a pitch outside corner for a strike. 0-2 on Tanner Malley. Stands right on top of the plate. Takes one outside. Bobcat bench thought that was a strike, but it's ruled outside by Sal Giacomantonio. Ah, that's a mouthful. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Check swing. He didn't mean to hit that one, but he fouled it off the handle. That was right up on the fist. Couldn't get out of the way, but did get the bat on it. A ball and 2 strikes to Tanner Malley. Mike Maloney, the on-deck hitter for the Broncos, with 1 out in the 3rd. The pitch outside, 2-2, laid off the changeup. And they are playing Tanner in the outfield. Never seen an outfield play that shallow. There's the 2-2 on the way. Swing and a hot shot to short. Cam Bryant with a fine play. Throws in the dirt, and it's scooped by Cox at first base. That was a rope shot. Fielded on the short hop by Bryant. Boy, he just put the glove there to protect him. That was going to go off the body if he didn't come up with it. Held the glove right there near his waist and scooped up that shot and threw out Tanner Malley. 2 outs. Here's Maloney.
Broncos, 12, 9, Malone. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2
2 out, nobody on here for the Broncos in the third, and a slider's in for a strike at the belt to Mike Maloney. Mike walked in the first inning. The 0-1 on the way. Swing and a chopper foul over in front of the Bronco dugout. No balls, 2 strikes. Bobcats scored 1 in the first and 2 in the third. They lead it 3-0. The 0-2 on the way. Swing and a base hit. Line shot into left for Mike Maloney. Solid single with 2 out. They'll bring up Nevar. Making the slow walk up to home plate. Finished up his engineering degree here a few weeks ago. Concentrating on these final games as a Bronco, trying to get him to Avon, Ohio, where he was the MAC tournament most valuable player a year ago in that 2024 championship run by the Broncos. 1 home run away from tying Cade Sullivan for the career high in home runs. Here's the pitch. Takes one outside for a ball. Bounced into a fielder's choice in his first at bat today, hitting at 295 now. The pitch. Swing and a chopper to second. Glove there by Steinbaugh, and he throws him out. Broncos get a runner, but strand him. We go to the 4th. It's Ohio on top, 3-0. This is Western Michigan baseball on YouTube Live. Ty McKinstry back out there. He's shined in conference play for the Broncos, allowing 3 earned runs or fewer in 8 of his 9 max starts. Coming into the weekend, the junior right-hander ranked 2nd in opposing batting average at .202, 6th in ERA at 3.14, and 5th in innings pitched at 51.2, 51 2/3 innings in conference play. Transfer from Davenport out of Frankenmuth, Michigan, ready to go to work here in the top of the 4th. The pitch is in there for a strike called on Caleb Carl, who leads it off. It'll be followed by Blake Reed and Trey Cassidy, middle of the order for the Ohio Bobcats, who lead it 3-0. The pitch is in there for a strike. No balls and 2 strikes. Carl's out of Fitchburg, Wisconsin. Sophomore. Close stance at the plate. You don't see this too much anymore. Tries to keep that shoulder in by having that front left foot ahead of the back foot. The pitch. Checks his swing and he laid off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Broncos appeal to first. James Mulek says no swing. Ball and 2 strikes. checked his swing. No, he went around, but he got the end of the bat on that. Didn't take a full swing, but just got enough to foul it off. Count stays 1-2. Carl, not a real home run threat, just one home run so far this season for the Bobcat left fielder. Takes that fastball high, 2-2. Two balls, two strikes. Swing and a miss. It got away from Akers. He runs it down, fires a strike from well behind home plate, and they get the strikeout completed. One's out here for the Bobcats in the fourth on the strikeout by Ty McKinstry of Caleb Carl. Bring up Blake Reed. He's from Gahan, Ohio, grad student, DHing today. Singled in his first at bat in the second inning. Swings and misses on a pitch at the knees. One strike on him. Check the out-of-town scores between innings here. Broncos keeping an eye on the Central at Toledo game and the Eastern Michigan Kent game across the state over there in Ypsilanti. The 0-1 is outside, a ball and a strike now to Blake Reed. Playing him straight away and fairly deep in the outfield. The 1-1 is in there. Changeup at the knees, a ball and two strikes. Checks the pitch com on the left wrist. 1-2 on the way. Swung on and fouled off the end of the bat down to the Bobcat bullpen down the right field line. Trey Cassidy on deck. Bobcats with 5 hits have made good use of those hits with 3 runs on 5 hits. The 1-2 pitch from Ty is on the way, and it is just off the inside corner. 2-2 on Blake Reed. Swing and a line shot. Diving is me just under his glove. Laid out for it, but couldn't come up with it on that hard shot up the middle by Blake Reed. He's got his second hit of the game. A 1-out single to center brings up Trey Cassidy.
Now back to Bobcat number 2, Trey Cassidy.
Left-handed hitting Trey Cassidy. Get into a 4-6-3 double play. One of those early inning web gems on the infield by the Broncos. Squares to Bott, pulls back and takes the ball. Hit a screamer back up the middle. Grady Mead dove for it, and in one motion with the glove flipped it to Harity, who stepped on the bag and fired to first for the double play. Back in the second inning. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch, runner going. Chopper is foul down the third baseline. Had the hit and run on that time. Like I said earlier, Ohio trying to play the spoiler. They can have fun out here this weekend. And they put the hit and run on there, but just foul off the bat of Cassidy. 1 ball, 1 strike. McKinstry to the belt. Long look to first, the pitch. Lays off a pitch that's below the knees, 2-1. Cale Steinbaugh on deck. Thielman holding the runner on at first. Ty kicks and pitches. There's a line drive down the right field line. That's going to go into the corner. Runner around second into third. They're going to hold him there. That's another stand-up double for the Bobcats as Cassidy roped that one down into the corner and right at the 3:35 mark. The Bobcats have another threat, leading 3-0 with runners at second and third, only one out. Broncos will have a meeting at the mound now as we'll check the bullpen, see if they're getting anybody loose. A little stirring down there. Well, you know they don't want to go to the bullpen this early, but these games are important for Western Michigan. Blake Reed, the runner at third. Trey Cassidy on at second. Cale Steinbaugh stands in, the junior out of Georgetown, Illinois. To Heartland Community College. Ridge Farm High School in Georgetown, Illinois. He's got 2 runners in scoring position, and the Bronco infield is in. Trying to cut a run here. The pitch. Strike. Slider caught the outside corner. 1 strike on Cale Steinbaugh. He had a stand-up double and scored in the third. Play him straight up in the outfield. The 0-1 coming up from Ty McKinstry. Up high, went with the heater. 1-1. Ty gets it up there in the low 90s. One of the harder throwers on this Western Michigan team. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. 2 runners in scoring position for Ohio. The Bobcats on top 3-0. Another fastball. That's outside. 2-1. Two balls and 1 strike. Runners take their lead. They get big leads out there with the Bronco infield in on the grass. Here's the pitch. Changeup caught the inside corner at the knees. Good pitch there from Ty. Snuck it in there on the inside corner. That's a tough location for right-handed hitters. Down and in. 2-2 coming up. Chopper to short. Harity's got it and then bobbles it. And he'll have only 1 play to first, and they get the runner at first base. But in to score from third is Blake Reed. It's 4-0 Ohio. Harity was coming home with it, and he double clutched it. Lost his grip as he was ready to deliver it to the plate, and then went across to first and got the runner by half a step. Head coach Craig Moore didn't think so, but James Mulek called him out. With runners at second and third, Mulek, the first base umpire, was over between first and second base. So he wasn't in that normal spot for the first base umpire. It's probably half the distance between first and second away from the bag. But I think he got him from the naked eye here. Coach Moore goes back to the dugout. Run in. Well, the infield is back with 2 outs. Runner at second. 4-0 Ohio. And the first pitch is in the dirt to Cam Bryant, the 9-hole hitter for Ohio. 1 ball, no strikes. 4 runs on 7 hits for Ohio. No runs, 3 hits for Western Michigan. 1-0 pitch coming up. It's a fastball high. 2-0 the count on Cam Bryant, who executed the sack bunt back in the 3rd inning to advance a runner to third base. Harity ducks in there behind the bag. No throw down there. The pitch is outside, 3-0. Harity came all the way to the bag. The base runner did not move. He didn't think that Ty McKinstry was going to try and pick him off. He did not even move with Harity standing on the bag. 3-0 the count on the hitter. There's a strike at the knees to Bryant out of Miamisburg, Ohio. It's a great baseball state, Ohio. They play some good ball there. 3 balls and 1 strike. The pitch, swing and a miss out in front of the changeup. Count full now, 3-2. Bobcats with a run in the 1st, 2 in the 3rd, 1 here in the 4th inning. Broncos scoreless so far. The 3-2 coming up from Ty. Just outside. Akers held it there, but Sal Giacomintonio says outside, ball 4. Now back to the top of the order, Trent Neuer.
Now back to Bobcats in 33, Trenton Neuer.
Bounced out to shortstop in the 1st on a fine play by Harity, then doubled in a run and scored in the 3rd. Gonna have a conversation at the mound as out comes Bronco pitching coach Zach Putnam, former University of Michigan standout. He's going to make a pitching change. Ty McKinstry's coming out. So Ty can't get out of the 4th inning. Through 64 pitches, and his day is done. Broncos go to the bullpen, call on Zach Vrazinga, the sophomore righty from East Grand Rapids High School. Zach 6'6", 190. And they need a good effort out of him as the Broncos try and keep this at 4-0. Zach Vrazinga making his 14th appearance. He's had 8 starts this year. 37 innings of work, 45 hits, 35 runs, 31 earned runs, 16 walks, 25 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .304 on Zach. Well, the Broncos starting pitching ranks 7th, actually pitching staff overall ranks 7th in the conference with a 7.00 earned run average coming into play today. Broncos 8th in hitting at a .269 average. And they're battling for that 6th spot with the 7 and 8th place teams, Central Michigan and Eastern Michigan, as they're all tied here going into the final week of the season. So their numbers kind of reflect their standings in the conference. Vrazinga completing his warm-up tosses. Broncos need a stellar effort out of this guy as they've had to go to the bullpen in the 4th inning. Bobcats with a solo run in the 1st inning on an opposite field home run, number 18 on the season for Ben Slinker. And they strung some hits together off Ty in the 3rd, including a couple of doubles. Produced 2 runs and another run here in the 4th with another double and a single. Runners at first and second now for Neuer with 2 outs. Friesinger works from the first base side of the rubber. The 6'6" right-hander checks his runner at second base. The pitch, swing and a miss. 1 strike on Neuer, who bounced out to short in the first and doubled and scored in the third. Picked up an RBI on that double. Open stance at the plate. The pitch to him is outside. 1-1. Bronco dugout urging on Zach Friesinger. Here's the kick and the pitch. Swung on and lifted into right center field. Malley giving chase, and he's there, and he falls over, but he's got it for the out. Tanner Malley cut in front of Connor Ostrander, and then Malley tumbled down to the turf, but hangs on to the ball. And the side is retired. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Western Michigan trailing the Ohio Bobcats. Ohio 4, Western Michigan nothing. As Tanner Malley runs the ball all the way into the infield and flips it over to the pitcher for the Bobcats. Heads to the dugout. Another great catch by Tanner Malley, and that saved at least 1 run. Broncos trailing 4-0 here in this important Thursday afternoon game at Robert J. Bob Stadium, Himes Field. As we check the Mid-American Conference scores, bottom of the 6th at Akron. Akron hosting Mercyhurst in a non-conference weekend. 7-7 the score there in the bottom of the 6th. Top of the 4th at Bowling Green, Northern Illinois, leading Bowling Green 8-4. Huskies are out of the MAC tournament. Bowling Green has one of those 6 spots. Miami and Ball State battling this weekend at Ball State. Miami leads 1-0 in the top of the 4th. And then the 2 games the Broncos are keeping a close watch on. Central Michigan is at Toledo, and the Rockets have erupted for 11 runs in the first 3 innings. Chippewas batting in the top of the 4th. It's Toledo at 11, Central Michigan nothing. The other critical game for Broncos fans is the one in Ypsilanti between Kent State and Eastern Michigan. They're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Kent State leads Eastern Michigan 2-1. Here it's 4-0 Ohio as the Broncos send the 4-5-6 hitters up against the right-hander Ben Gasky, and the first pitch is outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes on Lucas Rick. Rick singled to right in the 2nd inning. Another pitch outside, 2-0 to Lucas. Two balls, no strikes. There's a pitch that is a slider on the outside corner at the knees, 2-1 on Lucas. Avery Thielman and Connor Ostrander to follow here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 4-0 Ohio on top. And again, the outfielders play shallow. There's a line drive, and as a result, they're going to catch it. Line shot that would normally be a base hit, and because the outfield plays in, that was right to the right fielder who gloves it. Can't hit it any harder than that. Thielman will bat. Obviously a strategy of the Bobcats in the outfield to take away line drives. So hit it over their head. First pitch is over but low to Avery Thielman. Sal Giacomintonio looks into the Ohio dugout and said he's 6'4". Those knees are way above home plate. There's a strike, 1-1. He said, look, he's 6'5". That's funny. 1 ball, 1 strike. Avery digs back in. Swing and a foul tip. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ostrander on deck for the Broncos, who have 3 hits off Blake Gasky. Came in with an 8.25 ERA. There's a swing and a miss. Struck him out. Thielman goes down swinging. That'll bring up Ostrander with 2 down here in the 4th. Broncos trailing 4-0.
Now batting for the Broncos, number 7, John Ostrander.
Ostrander hit into a 6-3 double play. Hit it sharply up the middle, but the shortstop was right near the bag. Cam Bryant gloved it, stepped on second, fired to first for the double play. 1-1 on that pitch outside to Connor. It's been quite a bit better in conference play. Hitting .307 coming into today in the MAC. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Went after that pitch, letter high. Came up empty. Again, infield in on Connor Ostrander. I should say the outfield in on Connor. Ducks away from that one. Infield back in their normal spots against a left-handed hitter. But those outfielders are almost shaking hands with the infielders, it looks like. 2-2 the count. The pitch swung on and lifted high in the air on the infield. Second baseman Steinbach calls for it. Makes the catch to retire the side. We go to the 5th. It's Ohio 4, Western Michigan nothing. This is Western Michigan baseball on YouTube Live. Robin Hook with you from Robert J. Bob Stadium in Himes Field in Kalamazoo. 88 degrees at game time today. Mostly sunny skies here in this final weekend series at home and of the regular season. Broncos trying to get to Avon, Ohio next week. Trying to get that 6th spot in the MAC standings. 6 teams going this year to Avon. Broncos, Eastern Michigan, and Central Michigan were deadlocked for 6th coming into play today. If it ended in a tie between the 3 teams, the Broncos would go based on the record between the 3 teams. Broncos would come out on top of that. 4 wins, 2 losses. So they would be the 6th seed if the 3 teams ended in a tie. There's a strike call. At the knees to Ben Slanker, who put Ohio on the board in the 1st inning with a solo shot to left. One strike on the left-handed hitter with 18 home runs now. The kick and the pitch. Strike. Fastball from Zach caught the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. Slankers steps out. Now he'll dig back in. Good looking hitter. Came in tied for first in home runs, tied for third in runs batted in the conference. Takes one outside and 1 ball, 2 strikes. Stands deep in the box, fairly upright, waggles that bat over the left shoulder as he waits the 1-2. Swing and hit sharply but foul onto the berm. Down the right field line here at Himes Field, where they've been playing baseball since the late 1930s. Original home of the College World Series. 1-2 the count on Slanker. The pitch swung on and lifted into left field. It's drifting back near the fence. Nevar giving chase, and it's gone. Another opposite field shot by Slanker, his second of the game, and it's 5-0 Ohio. Wow. Slanker with a majestic home run the opposite way. He's got a sweet swing from the left side, and he drilled that one out near the 375 mark in left center field. 5-0 Ohio. Nobody down here in the 5th. Pitch to Cox is outside, 1 ball, no strikes. There's a fastball on the outside corner from Zach Breezingham. 1 ball, 1 strike. Quite a battle at the top of the MAC going on this weekend, too. Between Kent State, Ball State, and Miami. Two and 1 to count on Cox. Swing and a miss. Last week, Ohio hosting Ball State beat the Cardinals in the first game of that series. That knocked them out of first place. But Miami and Ball State are playing this weekend while Kent is at Eastern Michigan. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Kent and Miami came in tied for first with Ball State a game back for the regular season championship and the #1 seed next week. 3-2 the count on Drew Cox. Breezingham kicks and pitches. Line drive base hit into left field. Cox makes the hard turn. He's going to go to second base as Nevar bobbled it, and into second goes Cox with a 2-base hit. And the Bobcats keep swinging it. 9th hit of the game for Ohio. Going to rule that a single and an error. Nevar in left. Don't think he was going to leg it out for a double until Nevar bobbled it. There's a strike called on the catcher, Jackson Cawthron. 1 strike on Cawthron, who flew out to Malley in center field in the 3rd inning. There's a chopper that is foul down the first baseline. Grounded out to Grady Mee in the 1st inning. As these Bobcats batting for the 3rd time already, leading 5-0. We've already knocked Ty McKinstry, the starter, out of the game after 64 pitches. Here's the 0-2. Way outside. That's going to go all the way back to the screen and down to third goes Drew Cox. A ball and 2 strikes on Cawthron, Tennessee native. Still nobody out, a runner at third. The pitch from Vreezinga is fouled back and out of play onto the batting cages down the left field line. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Cawthron. He's got some power, batting in the cleanup spot. 7 home runs. 1-2 on the way. Strike 3 called. Punched him out with a breaking ball at the letters. Cawthron down on strikes. That'll bring up Caleb Carl. Carl bounced out to Avery Thielman with the pitcher covering in the 2nd inning. And then struck out swinging in the 4th. Takes the first pitch in for a strike. First time he's faced Vreezinga. Stands in there with that closed stance we told you about earlier. No balls and 1 strike. The kick and the pitch. Swing and a foul, back and out of play. He hit one down to Thielman in his first at bat that hit in the grass right in front of the dirt and took a sharp right turn. Thielman knocked it down with his bare hand and then recovered and flipped it to McKinstry covering. One of several nice plays on the infield by the Broncos early in the game. Pitches outside 1-2 now on Caleb Carl. The Bronco infield is in on the grass again. They want to cut that run at third base. Kicking the pitch. Checked his swing and it stayed up. 2-2 now on Caleb Carl. Blake Reed, the on-deck hitter. Bobcats with 9 hits so far off the Bronco pitching here today. 2-2 on the way. Strike 3 call. Caught the corner with a off-speed pitch. And Carl goes down on strikes. Back-to-back strikeouts by Vreezinga, and that'll bring up Blake Reed with 2 out, a runner at third. Reed's 2 for 2. Singled in the 2nd, singled and scored in the 4th. Can drive in a run here with a base hit. Broncos are back on the infield, but this pitch goes all the way to the screen and into score. Comes the runner from third base, Drew Cox. Wild pitch goes all the way to the screen and brings in another run. It's now 6-0 Ohio. Well, the Broncos going to have to dial it in here and then get to work with the bats. 2 out, a 1 ball, no strike count on Blake Reed. The set by Zach Vreezinga, the pitch. Over but low. 2-0 the count. Breaking ball in there for a strike on Reed. Two-one, fouled back. Reed, a grad student. Played his whole career at Ohio. Has not appeared much in a Bobcat uniform. 9 appearances last year, 8 the year before. Checks his swing. Ball was in the dirt. Akers completes the strikeout. And the side is retired. So, Riesinger strikes out the side, but the Bobcats add 2 more runs. They have 6 runs on 9 hits, no errors. Broncos no runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and they'll bat in the bottom of the 5th when we come back. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Well, Blake Gaske's scattered 3 Bronco hits here through 4 innings, coming back out for the 5th, making his 14th appearance, all starts. He made 14 appearances, all starts a year ago. 68 2/3 innings of work last season, his first with the Bobcats, and his numbers this year almost identical to a year ago in terms of starts and innings pitched. Facing Grady Mee, Chris Akers, and Brendan Harity, 7, 8, 9 hitters for the Broncos. First pitch to Mee is in the dirt for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Left-handed hitting Mee against the righty. The pitch outside. Grady, of course, switch hitter. He's got power both ways, as we've seen in past years. 3 home runs this year, and again the shallow outfield by the Ohio Bobcats. Pitch is high, 3-0. Play him a little bit around to left. You can get one past the outfielders, you can run forever. 3-0 on the way is a strike. Grady playing second base. He's started all 48 games for the Broncos. Takes another for a strike. 3-2. Broncos need some base runners here. Down by 6. The pitch. Swing and a base hit between the second baseman and the bag and into right center field. Second hit of the game for Grady Mee. He's on at first. Definite threat to steal. He got his 26th stolen base. Back in the second. Going to get a pinch hitter for Akers. Diego Pena will bat. Pena hitting at 186. Appearing in his 22nd game. He's got 8 hits, 1 double. Quick throw over there, as they're aware of Grady Mee's exploits on the base paths. Takes his lead, not going. Pitches in there for a strike of the knees on Diego Pena. First base coach Josh Reban whispers into the ear of Grady Mee. Here's the 0-1. Throw to first. He gets back with a head first dive. Broncos need base runners, multiple base runners. The 0-1 on the way. There goes Mee. Throw is low. Throw down to second is in time. They got him. Good throw from the catcher. Jackson Cawthron guns him down. Coach Gernon coming out of the dugout wants to chat with third base umpire Sean Schaefer-Markle, who made the call down there at second base on the stolen base attempt by Grady Mee. Just the third time that Grady's been thrown out trying to steal. He was 26 out of 28. Make it 26 out of 29 now, and 1 for 2 today. Umpire was right on the bag to make the call. Count is 1-1 on Diego Pena. And he's back in there now. Kicking the pitch. Outside. 2 balls and a strike on Pena. Again, the outfielders are shallow. Trying to cut off line drives. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a bouncer that is into left center field for a single. Past the shortstop, Cam Bryant. Back-to-back base hits here in the 5th inning, except Grady Mee was erased on a stolen base attempt. That'll bring up Harity. That's why I was a little surprised they had Mee running, needing base runners, but 1 out, 1 on. There goes the hit and run. Ground ball to second. Gloved and across to first. They get Brendan Harity on a nice play by Steinbaugh on the hit and run. It wasn't quite hit far enough over between first and second base, and Steinbaugh was able to run it down. The runner advances on the hit and run back to the top of the order, and Tanner Malley. So a 4-3 bounce out for Brendan Harity. Here's Tanner looking for his first hit today. Lined out sharply to center and grounded out to short in the 3rd inning. There's a foul at the plate. 1 strike on Tanner. Well, the percentages on Grady Mee trying to steal second base are heavily in your favor. So you can see why they did it, but could have had something going here. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch. That one is behind Tanner Malley, caught behind it by the catcher, Cawthron. Ball and a strike. 2 out, runner at second. Tanner trying to deliver a run here. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Change up. Got him swinging. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Tanner Malley. Trying to drive in a run. It would be his 19th run batted in if he can do it. First line drive into the gap in left center field. That will get the job done. Cut off by the left fielder. Tanner rounds first, slides into second with an RBI double, and the score comes Pena. And the Broncos are on the board. RBI double for Tanner Malley. Diego Pena comes in to score. Here's Maloney with a runner at second. 2 down in the 5th. 6-1 now, Ohio. Now Gasky steps off. Regrouping there on the mound, taking a breath here after the Broncos have gotten to him a little bit here in this 5th inning. Gasky to the belt. The pitch. Swing and a chopper to first. Glove there by Cox. Steps on the bag to retire the side. But the Broncos get on the board. We go to the 6th. It's Ohio 6, Western Michigan 1. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Well, some chirping going on between innings, and I'm not sure all the details, but the umpires issuing warnings to both dugouts. Both managers, both head coaches came out. Coach Gernon doing a lot of talking with Sal Giacomintonio, the home plate umpire, and James Mulek having conversation with Ohio head coach Craig Moore. Bobcats trying to play that spoiler role, their final 3 games of the season here this weekend. Broncos trying to get to Avon, Ohio next weekend for the MAC tournament. And speaking of that, let's update those scores for the 2 games in particular that affect Western Michigan. Toledo now clobbering Central Michigan 17-0 in the bottom of the 5th at Toledo. That could be over in 7 if things stay the same there. Scott Park and Toledo. And Kent State battling for the regular season championship on top of Eastern Michigan, trying to climb into the 6th spot. Kent State 4, Eastern Michigan 1. They're in the bottom of the 6th at Ostrike Stadium in Ypsilanti. Now, head coach Craig Moore out there for more discussion with the umpires. Sean Schaefer-Markle, the third base umpire, and home plate umpire Sal Giacomintonio, talking with the Ohio Bobcat head coach, who has been at Ohio for a long time. His 4th season as head coach. He was an interim coach for a season and an assistant for 8. So as we mentioned, between innings, each team got a warning. Now, Sal Giacomintonio comes over to the Bronco dugout. Talked to Coach Gernon on what was going on in the conversation on the other side of the diamond. think we're ready to play some ball. Zach Breezing has had his warm-ups. Diego Pena comes out to catch, turns around, shakes hands with the home plate umpire, introduces himself, new to the game after batting and delivering a base hit and a run. Scored. Well, here we go in the 6th. 6-1 Ohio. Breezing out for another inning of work. The pitch in there for a strike. Came on in the 4th. Taking over for starter Ty McKinstry. 1 strike the count on Trey Cassidy. 1 for 2 with a double today for the 0-1. Breaking ball in for his strike at the bell. 2 strikes to count. Bounced out into a 4-6-3 double play and a nice play at second base by Grady Mee, and then doubled in the 4th. 0-2 pitch coming up to the left-handed hitting Trey Cassidy is high. 1-2 the count. Trey got out of the state of Michigan. Northville product. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. Reaches out and slaps it the other way, foul onto the batting cages. Cassidy went to Detroit Catholic Central. Just a sophomore. A lot of baseball yet for this young man at Ohio. The 1-2 pitch is up high. Got some good young players. Ben Slanker, of course, with a couple of home runs today, now with 19 home runs. Bobcats hoping they can hang on to him. 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Zach with a high fastball gets Trey Cassidy out on strikes here to lead off the 6th inning. That'll bring up Cale Steinbaugh.
Now back to the Bobcats number 5, Cale Steinbaugh.
Steinbaugh doubled and scored in the 3rd and grounded out to short in the 4th, but drove in a run. Kicking the pitch to him. Swinging a foul back. Broncos were in on the infield. He hit it sharply at Brendan Harady, who was going to come home, but double clutched it and had to go to first instead to get Steinbaugh by half a step. There's a foul back to the screen. And Zach ahead. No balls and 2 strikes now. Breezinga, the tallest of the Broncos, at 6 feet 6 inches tall. The 0-2 coming up. Breaking ball, chopped to third, a high bounce. Maloney's got it over to first in time. That ball was bounced off the dirt and took a high bounce down to Maloney, who had to wait for it, but then gunned it across to get Steinbaugh. 2 down. That'll bring up the 9-hole hitter, Cam Bryant. Bobcat shortstop. Grounded out in the 3rd inning and walked in the 4th. It was a sacrifice on that ground out. As he advanced a runner with a bunt, moved him down to third base. A run later scored. 1 ball, no strikes. Bronco outfield playing deep. A little bit around to left. And we get a ball out of the Bobcat bullpen, where there's a right-hander loosening up for Ohio. Friesinger ready to go now. The 1-0 pitch coming up is popped up, foul, backing out of play. 1-1 the count. 6 runs on 9 hits, no errors for Ohio. 1-6-1 for Western Michigan. Big hitter for the Bobcats has been their big hitter all year. Ben Schlenker has 2 solo home runs the opposite way. The 1-1 pitch swung on and lifted high into shallow right field. Mees going back. Ostrander's coming in, and Connor calls off Grady and makes the catch to retire the side. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It's Ohio 6, Western Michigan 1. This is Western Michigan baseball from Himes Field on YouTube Live. Well, starter Blake Gaske's day is done. He leaves after 5 innings pitched. Gave up the 1 run on 6 hits. And he gives way to 6'6" freshman right-hander Julian Robertson from Aurora, Ontario. Went to Dr. G.W. Williams Secondary School in Aurora. And he comes on for his 12th appearance. He's had 1 start, 12 2/3 innings, 22 hits. He's given up 22 runs on those 22 hits. 16 of those earned, 10 walks, 10 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .361 on Julian Robertson. Ohio last in the MAC in pitching. You would think the Broncos could get to these Bobcat pitchers, and let's see if they can do it with the middle of the order due up. Neva, Rick, and Thielman for Western Michigan. Dillon looking for his first hit today. He was safe on a fielder's choice in the first and bounced out to second in the third. 1 home run away from tying the all-time mark here at Western Michigan. The kick and the pitch is up high, 1 ball, no strikes. That all-time home run mark held by Dillon's former teammate Cade Sullivan. They came in together. Cade played 4 seasons. Dillon redshirted his freshman year. Then was the MAC freshman of the year as a redshirt freshman the following year. And there's a fly ball that's deep down the right field line. If it's fair, it's gone. And it is off the foul pole. Now they say off the top of the fence. Dillon headfirst into third. He's in there with a triple. Boy, that hit the top of the fence and came back into play. Wasn't sure if it hit the foul pole or the fence. They say it went off the top of the fence. And Nevar is in with a triple. And the Broncos have a man in scoring position with nobody out for Lucas Rick. Just had to wait and see whether that ball was going to stay fair. That ball was a mile high off the bat of Nevar. Here's Rick. 1 for 2 with a single in the first inning. Swings and lifts one high into left field. Should be enough to score the run. Nevar tags. Here he comes. The throw is high and late, and Nevar scores on the sac fly by Lucas Rick. So Nevar leads off with a triple in the 6th, scores on the sac fly to the left by Lucas Rick. That'll bring up Avery Thielman with 1 out, nobody on, and a run in. Bobcats 6, Broncos 2. Thielman stands in, looking for his first 10. He walked in the 2nd and struck out swinging in the 4th. Takes the first pitch in the dirt, 1 ball, no strikes on Avery Thielman, facing the 6'6" freshman right-hander Julian Robertson. Works from the first base side of the rubber, and it's inside for a ball, 1-1. Make it 2-0. 2-0 to Avery Thielman. .270 hitter, Avery Thielman. Got 43 hits, 8 of those doubles, couple home runs. Takes one outside. And he's ahead of the count now, 3 balls and no strikes. Connor Ostrander on deck for Western Michigan. Broncos looking for some base runners as they try and rally back from a 6-0 deficit. It's now 6-2. Another pitch goes off the glove of the catcher, back to the screen, and Thielman takes off the paraphernalia and heads down to first. Second walk of the day for Avery, and here comes Ostrander. Left-handed hitter from Granger, Indiana. Set by Robertson. The pitch is inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Broncos are going to be patient at the plate against Julian Robertson. Make sure they get something they can drive. 1 ball, no strikes, runner at first. High, 2-0. Grady Mee on deck for Western Michigan. Now the third baseman over to settle down his freshman righty, and out comes the catcher too. Cassidy and Cothran out there to talk to Julian Robertson. First of 3 here this weekend. Tomorrow we'll be back here at 2 o'clock. And then Senior Day on Saturday at 1. Come on out and join us. WMUBroncos.com/tickets and check out some Western Michigan baseball. This pitch is inside. 2-0 the count with a runner at first. Broncos have had several rallies back. None bigger than that 14-1 deficit at Northern Illinois several weeks ago that they rallied back to win. 3-0 the count on Ostrander is high, ball 4. Down to second goes Thielman. Down to first goes Ostrander, and the batter is Grady Mee. Grady's had a good day. 2 singles and a stolen base. Pitching coach Tim Brown comes out to talk with his freshman right-hander and allow the bullpen to get busy down there. Six runs, 9 hits, no errors for Ohio. 2-7-1 for Western Michigan. Broncos looking for their 19th victory and 12th in conference play. Gasky held him in check during his tenure on the mound, giving up just the 1 run in the 5th inning before giving way here in the 6th to Julian Robertson. Robertson gave up a triple to Nevar off the top of the fence at the 3:35 mark. Lucas Rick drove him in with a sac fly to left. Now me with 2 runners aboard. Stands in there, a couple of base hits and a stolen base. He was also thrown out for just the 3rd time this year on a steal attempt. Takes this one inside, and it hit him. Just grazed the pant leg. Coach Moore comes out of the Bobcat dugout. He didn't think that hit Grady Mee, but Sal Giacomintonio, standing right there, says it did. And Mee goes down to first, hit by the pitch. Now the bags are loaded for Diego Pena. Pena came on to pinch hit for Akers and delivered a single. Back in the 5th, he scored a run. Bases are loaded now for Pena with 1 out. The set by Robertson, the pitch in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, the Broncos were hoping to get into the Bobcat bullpen and try and make some noise, and that's what they've done here with the bases loaded. The pitch is in the dirt. 2-0 to Pena. Down by 4 runs, but with the bases loaded and still a lot of baseball to play here, just in the bottom of the 6th. Pena slightly open at the plate. The Muskegon, Michigan product, Kellogg Community College. 2-0 count. In there for a strike. Caught the inside corner at the knees. 2-1. Robertson stares in for the sign. Pitches high, ball 3. 3 balls and a strike now to Pena. Nowhere to put him. Three-one on the way. Strike at the knees. Pena was looking for it in one spot. It wasn't there, but it was a strike. 3-2 to Diego. Robertson to the belt. The pitch. Swing and a foul. Back and out of play. Count stays full at 3-2. Thielman's at third. Ostrander at second. Mee the runner at first. 3-2 pitch coming up from Robertson on the way. In the dirt, ball 4. Thielman comes in to score. Ostrander moves to third. Mee's down at second. Pena the runner at first. And the batter is Brendan Harity. Broncos have cut the deficit to 6-3. And we're going to get a pitching change. Tim Brown out of the dugout. He's going to go to his bullpen. So Julian Robertson sees the end of his day. He works a third of an inning and leaves the bases loaded. Tell you about the pitching change after we pause for a moment from Robert J. Bob's Stadium at Himes Field. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Well, the Bobcats aren't messing around. They go to the best they have down there in the bullpen, making his 16th appearance. 18 and a third innings, 14 hits, 8 runs, just 4 earned, 9 walks, 12 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .219 off Ethan Stewart. His record is 0-1 with a 1.96 earned run average. Stewart, 6'1" sophomore out of Langsville, Ohio. Third pitcher of the day for Ohio. They lead it 6-3, but the Broncos have the tying runs aboard, and Brendan Harity will bat. Broncos scored 1 in the 5th, 2 here in the 6th. Here's the kick and the pitch. Swing and a miss on a changeup. 1 strike on Harity. Harity looking for his first hit today. Struck out swinging in the 3rd, grounded out to 2nd in the 5th. Harity has 22 runs batted in. The pitch to him. Swung on and lifted into center field. That should produce a run. Center fielder drifting back and under it. Neuer makes the catch in to score from 3rd. Comes Connor Ostrander. Sacrifice fly by Brendan Harity, and it's now 6-4 Ohio. Nevar, Thielman, and Ostrander have all scored. Tanner Malley can keep the thing going here as he bats with 2 runners aboard and 2 out. 6-4 Ohio on top. The pitch to him. Inside. 1 ball, no strikes to Tanner. Me, the runner at second base. Pena's on at first. Pitch is high. 2-0 the count of Tanner Malley. Tanner doubled in a run in his last at bat. RBI number 19. Swing and a foul, backing out of play. Coach Gernon earlier in the week, in a piece that was posted on X, talked about Tanner being a dolphin out there. Compared him to Blake Dunn. Of course, Blake now in the professional ranks, been up and down with the Reds. Converted infielder. Made into an outfielder, and he's done well at the next level. There's a pitch inside to Tanner Malley, ball 4. He draws a walk. That'll bring up Mike Maloney with the bases loaded and 2 out. Me down at 3rd. Pena, the runner at 2nd. Mike Maloney stands in. He walked in the 1st, singled in the 3rd. Grounded out to 1st unassisted in the 5th. First pitch to Mike is in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes. Stewart, the 3rd pitcher of the day for the Bobcats. Gasky, Robertson, and now Stewart. 1-0 on the way is high, 2-0. Stewart, a stocky sophomore right-hander. 6'1", he put together. See why his numbers are outstanding. Got a great pitcher's body. 2-0 the pitch. Swing and a line drive. Base hit into left center field. That'll score 2. Pena's in along with Grady Mee. And the Broncos have pulled to within 1 on a Bases loaded, single to left by Mike Maloney. Clutch base hit by Mike. And that'll bring up Dylan Nevar. The threat continues. Broncos have tied it at 6 on that bases loaded single to left by Maloney. Nevar now can give the Broncos the lead. The pitch is in there for a strike. Broncos now 6 runs on 8 hits as they've put 5 across home plate here in the 6th inning. Stewart to the belt, the pitch. Swung on and lifted high down the first base line and in fair territory, just behind the bag at first, in the grass in right field. Gloved and held onto by the Bobcat first baseman Drew Cox to retire the side. But the Broncos have tied it up with a 5-run 6th inning. We go to the 7th. It's Ohio 6, Western Michigan 6. This is Western Michigan baseball from Himes Field in Kalamazoo on YouTube Live. Let's update that Mid-American Conference scoreboard here on this Thursday afternoon in MAC baseball. Akron at home leads Mercyhurst non-conference 14-8. They're in the top of the 9th. Bottom of the 7th at Bowling Green, Northern Illinois leading the Bowling Green Falcons 11-7. Bottom of the 6th in that big battle between Miami and Ball State. The Redhawks have the lead on the road over the Cardinals 4-0 in Muncie. Toledo now with a 3-touchdown lead on Central Michigan, 21-0 at Scott Park in Toledo today. First pitch from Vriesinga as line foul down the third baseline. 1 strike on Trent Noer. Broncos with a 5-run 6th inning have rallied back to tie the score. Vriesinga on for his 3rd inning of work, and the pitch is over but low. One ball, 1 strike to count on Neuer. Strike call. Caught the outside part of the plate at the letters 1 and 2. Center fielder from Ohio has a double and an RBI in the 3rd inning. 1 for 3 today. The kick and the pitch to him. Bounces up there. 58-footer from Vriesinga. Evens the count at 2 and 2. That other pivotal score in the MAC over at Eastern Michigan. They're in the bottom of the 7th. Kent State leading the Eagles 4-2. 2-2 on the way. High and away, 3-2. Broncos are Rocket and Flashes fans this weekend. Toledo doing their thing, 21-0. That game's about over. That'll be called on a run rule, barring a miraculous comeback by the Chippewas. 3-2 on the way. Ball 4. Briesinga walks the leadoff man. Trent Neuer trots down to first. That'll bring up Ben Slanker. Not a bad day for this guy. Homered in the first. Grounded out in the third. Homered again in the fifth. Both home runs. Solo shots. He's got a runner aboard this time. They'll work carefully to him. The pitch is inside. 1 ball, no strikes on Slanker now with 19 home runs to take over the league lead in that category. Both of his home runs went to the opposite field. Waggles that bat over the left shoulder. Stands deep in the box. The pitch. Checks his swing. Ruled the ball. 2-0 on Slanker. Canfield, Ohio sophomore. Got some good young players on this team. Slanker's a sophomore. Carl's a sophomore, the left fielder. Trey Cassidy, a sophomore. Cam Bryant, shortstop, a sophomore. A lot of their starters in their younger years, and their first baseman is just a freshman. So head coach Craig Moore trying to build something at Ohio. They're taking their lumps this year. But if he can hold them all together there in Athens, Ohio, this Bobcat team should see some improvement. Visit at the mound by the catcher Diego Pena, a couple of the infielders. It's a 2-0 count now as Broncos get some activity going in the bullpen. 2-0 on Slanker with a runner at first and nobody out in the seventh. Tied at 6. The pitch. Outside. 3-0. Zach trying to nibble the corners against Slanker. He doesn't want to give him much to hit here, and who can blame him? From the belt, the 3-0 coming up. There's a strike. Painted the corner on the outside at the knees. Perfectly placed pitch. 3-1. Infield and double play depth against Slanker. Outfield is deep and straight away. The kick and the pitch. Up high, ball 4. Slanker draws a walk. He trots down to first, and that'll bring up Drew Cox. Looks like Joe Shapiro, the lefty, down there warming up for Western Michigan. And Zach Putnam makes the slow walk from the dugout now, and that's going to be all for Zach Briesinga. He's going to leave with 2 runners on and nobody out in the 7th inning, but he gave the Broncos a pretty good job out of the bullpen when he came on in the 4th inning. And he heads to the dugout. His day is done, and we'll dig into the Joe Shapiro resume. This will be his 19th appearance, all in relief. 31 2/3 innings. He's given up 45 hits, 36 runs, 34 of those earned, 12 walks, 16 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .344 on Shapiro, who has a 9.66 earned run average. Joe, one of the seniors to be honored on Saturday, is out of Glenview, Illinois. Glenbrook South High School, 5'11", 185. He's a big part of the Bronco bullpen a year ago that flirted with a regular season championship, then blew away the competition in Avon, Ohio to claim the 2024 MAC Tournament Championship. Coach Gernon out there, I think he's checking on mound visits. Coach Gernon having a friendly conversation here with Sal Giacomintonio, who now goes down to talk to third base umpire Sean Schaefer-Markle as Shapiro continues his warm-up pitches. Broncos came in tied for 6th with Central Michigan and Eastern Michigan. As all three teams with identical 11-16 records in the conference. They all ended up in a tie at the end of Saturday's games. Broncos would have the edge, having gone 4-2 against the Chippewas in Eastern Michigan. They would hold the tiebreaker in a 3-way tie. Broncos are in at the corners and in double play depth at short and second. Drew Cox will stand in there with 2 runners aboard, nobody out. He squares to bunt. Takes a pitch outside, 1 ball, no strikes on Cox. One ball, no strikes. Here's the set by Shapiro. Squaring to bunt. It's bunted in the air. Caught by Shapiro. Throw to second. They double up the runner. The freshman Cox bunted the ball in the air. Shapiro, like a cat off the mound, caught that ball and on his back leg fired a strike to Grady Mee at second base to double up the runner at second base, who was halfway to third and had no chance to get back. So now, from runners at first and second and nobody out, runner at first and 2 down. And the batter is Jackson Cothran. Cothran's 0 for 3, grounded out to second, flew out to right, and struck out looking in his last at bat in the 5th. He swings and misses on a slide piece. 1 strike on Cothran, left-hander against the left-handed Joe Shapiro. That was an awkward looking swing. Here's the kick on the pitch. Outside, 1-1. Diego Pena in there catching now. He came out to replace Chris Akers. Pinch hit for him. Delivered a single. Stayed in the game. No balls and 1 strike with 2 out. A runner aboard here in the Bobcats' 7th inning. Pitches outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Correction now, home plate umpire Giacomintonio says it's 2-1, and they get the scoreboard corrected. Now we go. Swing and a miss, 2-2. That pitch might have been out of the strike zone, but Cothran took a hack at it, came up empty. Bobcat catcher digs back in. Left-handed hitter against the lefty Shapiro. Runner at first with 2 out. The pitch hit him in the front shoulder. Shapiro kind of thought he leaned into that one, but not going to get that call very often. Not anymore. Used to look for that stuff, but pretty much anymore in baseball, you get hit by a pitch, you go to take your base. That'll bring up Caleb Carl with Runners at first and second and 2 out. The pitch to him, high and away. One ball, no strikes. Carl digs in. The pitch to him is in there for a strike. Caught the outside part of the plate, 1-1. 0 for 3 today for Caleb Carl. Bounced out, struck out twice. Once swinging, once looking. Kicking the pitch. Low and inside. 2-1. He's got that closed stance we talked about earlier. He hit one down to Thielman that took a sharp right turn. Avery knocked it down with his bare hand and then flipped to the pitcher covering. There's a line drive base hit. 1-2 hops to Tanner Malley. Comes up firing. The throw to the plate is in time. They got him. Tanner Malley with a strong throw to Diego Pena. And they gun down the runner at the plate to end the inning. Ben Slanker thrown out at home plate trying to score in the base hit up the middle. And the Broncos get out of it with no damage. We go to the stretch. It's Western Michigan 6, Ohio 6. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live.
No runs, 1 hit, 2 left on base. Broncos go in the bottom of the 7th. And now it's time for the 7th inning stretch.
Well, the Bobcats had a golden opportunity to take the lead in their half of the 7th inning. They had a bevy of base runners, but could not score. A bunt attempt ended up into a double play as it was popped up to the pitcher, Shapiro, who then got the lead runner at second base on the force. And then, with runners at first and second and 2 out, a single up the middle, but Tanner Malley unleashed a strike to the plate, and Diego Pena tagged out Ben Slanker trying to score from second base on that single up the middle to end the inning. Broncos bat in their half of the 7th, tied at 6. Broncos were down 6-0. Got 1 in the 5th and 5 in the 6th. Try and keep the hit parade going as Lucas Rick will lead it off. 4, 5, 6 hitters due up for the Broncos. Rick followed by Avery Thielman and Connor Ostrander. Broncos trying to move one step closer to clinching a MAC tournament berth. Kicking the pitch to Rick is in there for a strike. Lucas singled in the first, lined out to right in the 4th against that shallow Bobcat outfield. And then flew out to left in the 6th, but drove in a run on a sac fly. There's a chopper foul down the third baseline. And Stewart quickly ahead of Lucas Rick. No balls and 2 strikes. 0-2 coming up to Rick. The pitch. Swing and a foul. Got way out in front of that one. No balls and 2 strikes on Lucas. Kicking the pitch to him. Swinging another foul. Carl, Neuer, and Slanker left to right in the Bobcat outfield. Cassidy, Bryant, Steinbaugh, and Cox on the infield with Cothran behind the plate and Stewart on the mound, and his pitch is high and away to Rick. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Lucas. The junior from Rockford, Michigan. Play some good baseball up there. 1-2. Swing and a pop-up. That'll get out of here behind home plate. New batch of baseballs delivered by Sam Carlisle, a Portage Northern product. Coming off arm surgery. Hopefully he'll be ready to go next season for the Broncos. Here's the 1-2. Swing and driven just foul down the third base line. Lucas got on top of that one and pounded it foul by about a foot. Count stays 1-2 on Rick. Outfield shallow and around to left on Lucas. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. That outfield positioning got Rick earlier in the game because he hit a bullet, but right at the right fielder who was playing shallow. Had been playing what I would consider normal depth and right, that would have been a base hit, but the Bobcats like to do it this way. And if it's working, why change? Avery Thielman will bat. Over but low, 1 ball, no strikes. They're a little bit deeper now here in the later innings in a tie game. They were definitely trying to take away line drives earlier. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Up high, 2-0 on Avery Thielman. Bobcats with 10 hits, Broncos with 8. Avery Thielman hits this one to right field. Drifting back and over and under it is Slanker, and he makes the catch. Hung up in the air for Slanker to get back and over and make the catch. 2 down, and the batter will be Connor Ostrander. Connor hit one sharply up the middle in the second inning, but shortstop Bryant turned it into a double play. First pitch to Ostrander is a ball, 1 ball, no strikes. He popped up to second base in the 4th, walked and scored in the Broncos' 5-run 6th inning. There's the pitch, fastball away. 2-0 the count now on Connor. Trying to get on base for Grady Mee. Left-handed hitter Ostrander against the righty Ethan Stewart. The 3rd pitcher of the day for the Bobcats. 3-0 now to Connor Ostrander on that outside breaking ball. Played Connor to pull slightly in the outfield. There's the pitch to him, and it's in there for a strike. Caught the black on the outside, 3-1. Three balls and 1 strike. The pitch. Lays off a high fastball, and it's ruled a ball by Sal Giacomintonio behind the plate, and down to first goes Ostrander. 2-out walk. That'll bring up Grady Mee. Batting lefty against the right-handed Ethan Stewart. Ostrander gets a nice lead over there. See if he might be going here. Swing and a miss. 1 strike on Grady Mee. Ostrander's had some success on the bases. 9 steals in 11 attempts. The look to first, he'll throw over there, and Connor gets back. Might be a good time to try and get that runner into scoring position here for Grady to drive in. Catcher Cawthron threw out Grady Mee earlier in the game. Only the third time that Grady's been thrown out. The Mac's leading base stealer, who swiped one earlier in the game. No balls, 1 strike, 2 out here in the bottom of the 7th, tied at 6. Another throw to first, and Ostrander gets back. Outfield has moved in a little bit on Grady, trying to cut a line drive off his bat. The kick and the pitch. Swung on and lifted foul down the right field line near the Bobcat bullpen, and the first baseman Cox ranges back there and hauls it in over his shoulder to retire the side. Broncos strand a man. We go to the 8th. Western Michigan 6, Ohio 6. This is Western Michigan baseball from Himes Field, Kalamazoo. You're on YouTube Live.
Now the pitcher, Broncos, number 4, DJ Thompson.
Update the scoreboard now. They're in the top of the 8th at Eastern Michigan. The Eagles have rallied to take a 6-4 lead on Kent State. Flash is batting in the top of the 8th. Final now from Scott Park in Toledo. The Rockets over Central Michigan 21-3. That game ended early on a run rule. So the Chippewas fall. The Broncos in a tie here with Ohio. By the way, if Eastern Michigan and Western Michigan end up tied, the Eagles hold the tiebreaker on the Broncos. If it's a two-way tie between Eastern Michigan and Western Michigan. Broncos need to take care of business here with the Bobcats batting in the 8th, tied at 6, and a new Western Michigan pitcher coming on. It's DJ Thompson on for his 18th appearance. He's made 1 start, 31 2/3 innings, 39 hits, 33 runs, 29 of those earned, 14 walks, 28 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .312 off DJ, who has an 0-2 record and a earned run average of 8.24. First pitch is outside for a ball to Blake Reed, the DH. Right-handed hitter, 2 for 3 today. There's a pitch over but low, 2-0. Reed singled in the 2nd, singled and scored in the 4th, struck out swinging in the 5th. Wind up in the pitch from DJ as a breaking ball stays inside. Pitch outside, 4 bad ones, and the leadoff man is on with a walk. So tied at 6 here in the 8th. Ohio has the go-ahead run on. DJ's from Alma, Michigan, central part of the state.
Featuring at first base for the Bobcats, number
Had 5 starts a year ago for the Broncos. Opponents hit just 253 off DJ last year. Works from the set over to first. Runner gets back. DJ Thompson in that outstanding sports management program at Western Michigan. Kicking the pitch. Batter squares to bunt, pulls back, takes a ball. One ball, no strikes on Trey Cassidy. Up there for the 4th time, bounced into a double play in the 2nd on a great play by Grady Mee at second base. Doubled in the 4th, struck out his last appearance. There's a bouncer back to the mound, and Thompson fires over to first in time. It's going to bring up Steinbaugh, the second baseman. Brady Alexander is pinch running down at second base for Blake Reed. He's the go-ahead run at second. The pitch. Strike at the knees. Steinbaugh, 1 for 3 today. Doubled and scored in the 3rd. Bounced out to short in the 4th, but delivered a run. Bounced out to 3rd in the 6th. It's a pitch over but low, 1-1. On Steinbaugh. Batting 8th in the Bobcat order. On deck's the shortstop Cam Bryant. Go ahead run at second, 1 out. The kick on the pitch. Over but low, 2-1. Tanner Malley kind of medium depth in center. Nevar back there in his normal spot along with Ostrander and Wright. The pitch. There's a chopper foul at the plate. DJ Thompson trying to battle back here. Has the count even at 2-2. Trying to strand that go-ahead run at second base. Looks to second, the pitch. Oh, slider stayed away. Bronco dugout wanted that one, 3-2 on Steinbaugh. DJ working diligently out there, using all of that pitch clock. It's down to 5 as he winds and pitches. Swinging a line drive, base hit. Runner had to freeze as that was a line drive, and he will not be able to score. But he does take third base on a single up the middle by Steinbaugh. Advancing Alexander to third. And now we're going to get an offensive conference over by the dugout as the base runners come in along with the hitter to chat with head coach Craig Moore and the rest of the Bobcat coaching staff. The offensive timeout that you don't see a whole lot of, particularly in professional baseball. You don't see it at all. You do occasionally see head coach Billy Gernon call his hitter over for a word, but the base runners have come in to talk as well. See how they want to do this. With 1 out, Trey Cassidy with a sac bunt. Got a runner into scoring position, and then the single moved that runner, pinch runner, Alexander down to third base. Steinbaugh at first, Alexander the runner at third. And the batter is Cam Bryant, the shortstop. Broncos try the fake to first and throw to third. Runner got back. Broncos in double play depth at short and second. Maloney's in on the grass at third. Here's the pitch. Runner's going. Pitch is outside. They throw down, and they got him. Out at second base, and they pulled the runner at third. Diego Pena went through with the throw with a go-ahead run at third, and he guns down the attempted steal by Steinbaugh. And Coach Moore coming out of the dugout. He wants to have a word with the base umpire, Sean Schaefer-Markle, and we've had a lot of these conversations between the coaches and the umpires today. Sean Schaefer-Markle gave it a long look and then waved him out with the right hand, and the throw beat him. Broncos applied the tag down at second base. Harity covering the bag, slapped the tag down to get Cale Steinbaugh. And now it's getting a little more heated down there along the first base line. Coach Moore trying to get the last word in before Sal Giacomintonio comes over to break it up. So the go-ahead run at third, but there's 2 outs now. And Cam Bryant with a 1-ball, no-strike count. Diego Pena guns out the would-be base stealer, and they freeze the runner at third. Well done, well executed. Pitch is outside. 2-0 the count now on Cam Bryant, with Trent Neuer, the on-deck hitter, the leadoff man in the Bobcat lineup. Left-handed hitter against the righty, DJ Thompson. The pitch swung on and fouled back to the screen. 2-1. DJ pitched very well for the Broncos a year ago. It was a big part of that MAC championship. Broncos had some injuries on the mound a year ago, and he filled in when needed in the starter's role. Only 1 start this year. Count now 3-1 to Cam Bryant. Kicking the pitch. Strike on the outside corner with a slider back toward him for a strike. 3-2. Broncos trying to end this 8th inning jam. Runner at third, 2 down. Was set by Thompson. The kick and the pitch. Outside, ball 4. And tried that same back door and hung out there on him. Down to first goes Bryant with a walk. Runners at the corners for Trent Neuer now. Neuer's been on base twice. He grounded out to short in the first. Doubled in a run and scored in the third. Flew out to right in the fourth. Walked in the 7th. Broncos conference at the mound. The infielders and catcher Diego Pena along with pitcher DJ Thompson. See how they want to play this. Already in a first and third situation, Pena threw out a would-be base stealer and held the runner at third in the process. See if anything's on here with runners at first and third and 2 out. Trent Neuer to bat, and now Zach Putnam's going to come out. Making the slow walk. He's got a right-hander throwing in the bullpen. Same 2 teams tomorrow, different game time though. Mark it on your calendar. 2:05 first pitch. Then 1:05 on Saturday. Get here early if you're coming on Saturday, as the seniors will be honored before the game. 7 of them. Luke Cairns, who's from Matawan, battled a slew of injuries, will be honored, along with Brendan Harity, Dylan Nevar, Reese Gaber, Joe Shapiro, Aiden Hines, and Jake Gernon. Zach's going to ride with DJ. Heads back to the dugout. Runners at first and third with 2 out. Tie game. Top of the 8th. Trent Neuer digs back in. He has a wide open stance. Takes a pitch for a strike. Breaking ball. Flinched a little bit. He's got that front foot pointed down the third baseline on the toe. Back foot right on the inside line of the batter's box. He'll close it up on his load, and the 0-1 on the way. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. And DJ's ahead of Neuer, no balls and 2 strikes. Broncos rallying back from a 6-0 deficit. Have tied this thing up at 6. Bobcats threatening in the 8th. The pitch swung on, a bouncer that is into left field for a base hit. Seeing eye single past Maloney at third base. Not hit hard, but hit in the right spot to deliver a run. RBI single for Neuer. It's 7-6 Ohio with 2 runners on and 2 out. And the batter is the dangerous Ben Slanker. Coach Gernon's coming out now. Coach Gernon out to the mound, and he's going to make the pitching change this time. DJ Thompson comes out. That was a ball off the end of the bat just past Maloney. Turner Dorn comes on. He's kind of been the ace out of the bullpen for Western Michigan, and they need him here with runners at first and second and 2 out, a run in. Turner Dorn, 6'2", senior from Mokina, Illinois. He's not listed in the senior ceremony, so Turner probably has a red shirt available. He's a senior academically, but I think he'll be back for that 5th year. He's been outstanding out of the bullpen as we check his numbers. This will be his 16th appearance, all in relief. 23 1/3 inning of work, 20 hits, 13 runs. 11 of those runs earned, 12 walks, 26 strikeouts. 12 walks to 26 strikeouts. That's really good. 247 batting average against Turner Dorn. Has a 4.24 earned run average. His record is 1-2. In his 2nd season as a Bronco. Bobcats have taken the lead here with a run in the top of the 8th, their first run since the 5th inning. They put 6 on the board before the Broncos got on the board in their half of the 5th and put 5 across in the 6th to tie it up. Now Ohio has Plated a run here in the 8th, and now Slanker steps in there. He's got 2 home runs today and a walk. The pitch to him. In the dirt, 1 ball, no strikes. Slanker homered near the scoreboard. I think it hit the top of the glove of Nevar, who went back and was there but couldn't haul it in. That was his first home run. Swing and a miss on a changeup. Got him on a ground ball in the 3rd. Then he homered again in the 5th. Walked in the 7th. His 5th inning home run also went the opposite way. It was a high, majestic oppo to left center field. His 19th home run of the season. Kick on the pitch to him. Swing and a fly ball into right. Ostrander drifts over to his right, makes the catch to retire the side. But Ohio takes the lead with a single run here in the 8th. Broncos bat in the bottom of the 8th. It's Ohio 7, Western Michigan 6. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. New pitcher for the Ohio Bobcats here in the bottom of the 8th. 6'2" sophomore right-hander Jack Geyser from Medina, Ohio. Geyser making his 19th appearance. He's had 2 starts. 29 innings of work in 18 appearances so far. 42 hits. He's given up 20 runs. 19 of those runs earned. 6 walks, 20 strikeouts. Opponent's hitting .328 on Geyser, who has a 5.90 earned run average, a 1-1 win-loss mark. Pena leads it off here in the 8th for the Broncos. Takes one over but low. Pena came on to pinch hit for Akers, stayed in the game at catcher and has a couple of hits and RBI, and he scored twice. Productive day for Pena coming off the bench today. And he's ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Set by Geyser in the pitch. There's a strike at the knees. 2-1. Update from Ypsilanti. They're now in the 9th. Kent batting in the top of the 9th, trailing 7-5 to Eastern Michigan. Kicking the pitch. Swing and a bouncer up the middle. Bobbled by the second baseman. And throws it away. Pena's safe on the error by the second baseman. For Ohio, Cale Steinbaugh bobbled that ball. Bounced up into his chest and to his right. He picked it up and then threw it wide of the bag. And Diego has to hold it first. He's on with the first error of the game by the Bobcats. Coach Gernon over talking to home plate umpire. Giacomo Antonio about maybe that ball hitting an area where it would allow the runner to go to second. But they come to an agreement, and so they'll bring up Harity with a runner at first, nobody out. Harity squares the bunt, pulls it back, takes the ball. Ruled an error on Steinbaugh at second base, allowing Pena to reach safely. Harity trying to move him on now. Third baseman is in, expecting the bunt. Brendan squares, takes one high. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Pulled away on that first one, and it was ruled in the strike zone. 1-1 on Brendan. Cassidy creeping in from third base. The kick and the pitch. Harity bunts this one foul off the plate and foul. 1-2 now on Brendan. Bronco fans urging on. The senior from Brighton. Still in at third, expecting the bunt from Harity on a 1-2. He swings away and drives one the other way into left field for a base hit. So the bunt fails. The 1-2 pitch is driven past the third baseman into left field by Harity. So now the Broncos have him at first and second and nobody out for the top of the order. Tanner Malley will bat. Trey Cassidy with a 2-strike count on Harity was in on the grass, and Harity was able to slap it past him into left field. Now Cassidy on the edge of the grass as Malley drops the bunt. Perfectly placed down the third base line. They won't have a play. Bunt single for Tanner Malley. The pitcher, Geyser, tried to field that near the third base line, and his feet came out from under him, and there was no chance. I don't think they would have got him anyway. As Tanner Malley could fly, and he dropped a beauty down the third base line to load him up with nobody out. Broncos down one with the bases loaded and nobody out. Here's Mike Maloney. Malley with his second hit of the game, and here's Maloney, who's been on 3 times with a walk and 2 singles. Last hit drove into. There's a bouncer up the middle, could be 2. Second baseman touches the bag, throws to first. Maloney is out on a double play ground out. Pena scores. The game is tied at 7. The go-ahead run is Harity at third base. Mike swung at the first pitch and bounced it right up the middle. Steinbaugh near the bag, fielded it, touched second for the force, and then got the double play on the relay. So 2 out, a runner at third, and the batter is Dylan Nevar. Kicking the pitch. Over but low, 1 ball, no strikes on Dylan. He was out on a fielder's choice in the first, grounded out to second in the third, tripled and scored in the 6th, popped up in the 6th, batting twice in that 5-run 6th inning. Takes another pitch inside, 2-0 on Dylan Nevar. They're playing medium depth in the outfield on Nevar. Again, this strategy has worked so far for them today. There's a pitch high, 3-0 on Nevar. Part of the reason behind his triple earlier is they were playing shallow, and he flew one high and deep down the right field line. This pitch is inside. He walks on 4 straight pitches. That'll bring up Lucas Rigg. We're tied at 7. Rick trying to give the Broncos the lead with a runner 90 feet away. 2 out. Nevar gets his lead at first. The kick and the pitch is in there for his strike. At the belt, at the outside part of the plate. 1 strike on Lucas Rick. Singled in the first, lined out in the 4th. Sack fly in the 6th, struck out in the 7th, and he's behind in the count now. No balls and 2 strikes on that foul ball over by the Bronco dugout. He can put the Broncos in front here in the bottom of the 8th with a single. He's behind in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. The kick and the pitch. Swing and a chopper. Back to the mound. Nobody's covering first base. Lucas Rick is tagged out by the pitcher, who ran him down before Lucas could get to the bag. There was nobody covering as they converged on that high chopper in the infield, but the pitcher, Geyser, ran down Lucas near the bag to retire the side. Broncos load him up with nobody down. Have to settle for 1 run. We go to the 9th, tied at 7. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Update from Ypsilanti. Kent State comes through with 2 runs in the top of the 9th to tie Eastern Michigan. They're headed to the bottom of the 9th, tied at 7. Central got clobbered 21-3 at Toledo today. So they've fallen out of the tie situation for that 6th and final spot for the MAC tournament next week. Broncos need to finish ahead of Eastern Michigan, holds the tiebreaker over the Broncos, having taken 2 out of 3 in the season series in Ypsilanti earlier this year. Broncos and Ohio Bobcats tied at 7 with Ohio batting in the 9th. Bobcats jumped out to a 6-0 lead in this one. Broncos rallied back to tie it with a run in the 5th and 5 in the 6th. Pitch is over but low to Drew Cox, the freshman first baseman. He'll be followed by Jackson Cothran and Caleb Carl. Facing Turner Dorn, who came on to end the threat last inning, swinging a foul back and out of play. Count evens at 1 ball, 1 strike. 7 runs on 12 hits, 1 error for Ohio. 7 runs on 10 hits, 1 error for Western Michigan. Dorn has the sign. The kick and the pitch. Strike, painted the black on the outside. 1-2. Broncos deep and straight away in the outfield. Me on the edge of the grass at second. Brendan Harity has stepped inside the grass at short. Maloney is deep at third base. Swing and a miss. Cox down on strikes, way ahead of the changeup from Turner Dorn. That'll bring up Jack Cothran, the Tennessean. Been on base once, hit by a pitch in the 7th inning. Grounded out in the 1st, flew out to right in the 3rd, struck out looking in the 5th, then hit by a pitch in the 7th. Turner bounces a breaking ball in there. 1 ball, no strikes on Cothran. Broncos trying to get out of this ninth inning and then walk it off in their half of the ninth. Here's the set and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Tried to hold up and went around. 1 ball, 1 strike. Doran checks pitch count, working from the set at all times. The 1-1 on the way. Just off the edge outside. 2-1. Turner, an outstanding addition to the Bronco bullpen a year ago, and he's carried that on here in his second season. There's a check swing, foul at the plate. He's listed as a senior, but not listed on the senior ceremony for Saturday, which would indicate he's got another year of eligibility and be a big part of the Bronco pitching staff next season for sure. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The kick and the pitch. Swing and a foul. Off the end of the bat, over the dugout and over the stands and into the parking lot. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Playing Cawthron deep and straight away in the outfield. The set, the pitch, swing, and another foul down the first baseline this time. It's down from the Bobcat dugout. Both teams have been up on the rail all day today, enjoying the high 80 sunshine weather here today. 2-2 the count to Cawthron. The pitch fouled back. He's hanging in there against Turner. Diego Pena gets a new baseball from Sal Giacomintonio. Past the 6 o'clock hour. It's been a long game. Well over 3 hours now. 2-2 coming up from Turner. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. High fastball. Blew it by him. 2 down here in the Bobcat ninth. That'll bring up the left fielder, Caleb Carr. Carl, one of those underclassmen we talked about in this Ohio lineup that should have a bright future in front. Fitchburg, Wisconsin. Some of their best players are in that sophomore class for Coach Moore. They won't make the MAC tournament today, but look for them to be involved next year. 1 ball, no strike count on Caleb Carl. Here's the set and the pitch. Strike in the inside corner, 1-1 as the Bobcat bus moves into lot 9. One ball, 1 strike. 2 out. The pitch. Swing, and this one is fisted into left field for a base hit. Got him down on the handle, but Carl able to muscle that one over the shortstop Harity and into left field for a single. 2 out base hit. And we're going to get a pinch hitter here for Ohio as Dylan Shepard steps in. Shepard is a junior, 5'10", from Barrie, Ontario. Highland Community College. He's going to bat here, left-handed hitter against the righty Turner Dorn with a runner at first and 2 out. In a tie game, 7-7 here at Robert J. Bob Stadium, Himes Field, on a gorgeous mid-May afternoon. The kick and the pitch. Over but low. 1 ball, no strikes on Shepard. Turner's pitch count now at 19. Work from the set, the pitch. Swing and a bouncer to second. Mee stays back, gets the high bounce, checks the label, and throws it over to first to retire the side. Dorn strands a man. We go to the bottom of the ninth. The Broncos try and walk it off here at Himes Field, tied at 7. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Thielman, Ostrander, and Mee do up for the Broncos here in the 9th inning. Jack Kaiser back out for another inning of work for the Bobcats. Updating that Eastern Michigan Kent State score, they're going to extra innings, and Ypsilanti tied at 7. Here's the set of the pitch. High to Thielman, 1 ball, no strikes to Avery. Been on base twice via the walk, scored in the 6th inning. Struck out and flew out in his other 2 appearances. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a bouncer to second. 3 hops. Glove there by Steinball over to first, and Thielman is retired. That'll bring up Ostrander. Connor's been on base twice via the walk, scored in the 6th, walked again in the 7th, popped up to second in the 4th, bounced into a 6-3 double play in the 2nd inning, and he is down in the count, no balls and 1 strike. Tied at 7 here in the bottom of the 9th, tied at 7 in Ypsilanti between Eastern Michigan and Kent State. They're in the 10th at Ypsilanti. Pitch off the corner, 1-1. Bobcats with 13 hits. Broncos have 10 hits. Bobcats have 2 solo home runs by the Max leading home run hitter. Their right fielder, Ben Slanker. 2-1 to count on Ostrander. The pitch is inside. 3-1, trying to get on base for Grady Mee. Three balls and 1 strike. The pitch on the way. Swing and a 1-hopper to short. Glove there by Bryant. Cross to first in time. They get Ostrander. 2 down in the Bronco half of the 9th. Tied at 7. That'll leave it up to Grady Mee. Grady has started off 48 games for the Broncos. All 49 now, including today. Takes the first pitch in for a strike at the belt. Been on base 3 times today, a couple of singles, and hit by a pitch and scored in the 6th. Fouled out to the first baseman in the 7th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike now on Grady, batting lefty against the righty, Jack Geyser. The pitch, swing and a foul over the Bobcat dugout, and Grady's down in the count now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The kick and the pitch, swing and a foul, backing out of play. Fouled back into the parking lot. Virtually no wind at all. Old Glory standing straight down the pole in right center field. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out, and the side is retired. We got extras at Himes Field. We go to the 10th, all tied up at 7. This is Western Michigan baseball on YouTube Live. Bobcats bat in the 10th. We're tied at 7. Bobcats took the lead with a run in the 8th inning. The Broncos got their first 3 men on base in the bottom of the 8th, but could only score 1 run. That tied it at 7. Neither team able to score in the 9th, and so we'll play extra innings here at Himes Field. Tied at 7 in the 10th, and Turner Doran back out for another inning of work. He's thrown 20 pitches so far out of the bullpen. Fifth Bronco pitcher today. Trey Cassidy will lead it off for the Bobcats. There's the pitch, and it's in there for a strike. 7, 8, 9 hitters due up for Ohio. Cassidy 1 for 4 today with a double back in the 4th. The 0-1 on the way. Outside 1-1. Bounced into a double play in the 2nd inning on a spectacular play by Grady Mead to start the double play. Flipped it with his glove to the shortstop here, and he relayed to first for a double play. He doubled in the 4th, struck out in the 6th, and then sacrificed in the 8th. Swings and misses on that pitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Well, 2 of the key games in the MAC today have gone to extra innings, tied at 7, including this one. There's a swing and a miss on a changeup, and Cassidy goes down on strikes. Turner Doran mowing him down here. He'll face Cale Steinbaugh now with nobody on and 1 out in the 10th. Set by Turner. And the pitch. Swing and a shot to left field. Dylan Nevar over surrounds it and hustles it back in. That's a 1-out single off the bat of Cale Steinball. He hit it sharply to left field. Runner at first. With 1 out, the shortstop will step up, Cam Bryant. One of that outstanding sophomore class for Ohio out of Miamisburg. Left-handed hitter against the right-handed Turner Dorn with a runner at first. The pitch, swing and a miss. Slider came up empty on, no balls and 1 strike. Bobcats now with 14 hits. Broncos have 10. Each team with 7 runs. The 0-1 on the way. Swing and a base hit into right center field. Charging hard in right is Ostrander, and he guns it to third. The runner holds at second, though. First and second with 1 out for Ohio. And back to the top of the order for Trent Neuer, with the dangerous Ben Slanker in the on-deck circle. Got a right-hander throwing in the Bronco bullpen as the Bobcats yell out the numbering system for their players. Calling out the play. Pitch to Neuer is outside for a ball with a fastball. 1 ball, no strikes on Neuer. Grounded out to short, doubled in a run in the 3rd and scored. Flew out in the 4th, walked in the 7th, singled in a run in the 8th. And he's ahead in the count now, 2-0 on that pitch in the dirt. Broncos do not want to load the bases for Ben Slanker. Two and 0. Runners at first and second for the Bobcats. Tied at 7 in the 10th. The pitch. Strike. Slider on the outside corner. 2-1. Broncos will have 8-9-1 up in the bottom of the 10th. Kicking the pitch. Swing and a miss and a changeup. Count evens now at 2-2. Broncos would love a ground ball in the middle infield here. Get out of this before Slanker steps up with runners on base. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count on Trent Neuer. The pitch. Swung on and popped up foul and out of play. Count stays 2-2 on Neuer. Kentucky native from Nicholasville. Grad student. Handling that leadoff spot in center field for the Bobcats. It's a pitch high and away. Count now full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. One out, runners at second and first for the Bobcats. The pitch. Strike 3 called. Froze him with a pitch on the black outside corner. Strikes out Trent Neuer on a big pitch on a 3-2 count from Turner Dorn. 2 outs now, runners at first and second, and up steps Ben Slanker. Two home runs today, numbers 18 and 19, and the Broncos aren't even going to deal with him. They're going to walk him. That shows some respect for Ben Slanker by Billy Gernon. He's going to load the bases rather than pitch to Ben Slanker with runners at first and second and 2 out here in the 10th. Put the pressure on Turner Dorn to throw strikes against Drew Cox. It is righty against righty, though, instead of righty against the lefty Slanker. The set, the pitch. Over but low. 1 ball, no strikes on Drew Cox. Cox grounded out to the third in the first, singled in a run in the third, singled and scored in the fifth. Bunted into a double play in the seventh and then struck out in his last appearance in the ninth. 2-0 now on him as he takes one outside. Loading the bases, you make Doran throw strikes here. You don't want to walk in the go-ahead run. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Strike, belt high in the outside corner, 2-1. Steinbaugh at third. Bryant, the runner, at second. Slanker on at first. Two-one pitch coming up from Turner Dorn. Swung on and fouled down the left field line. Now the count even at 2-2 as Dorn has come back from a 2-0 count. Trying to end this bases loaded threat in the 10th. Two coming up. Here it is. Oh, pitch just off the corner. The Bronco dugout wanted that one. Sal Giacomintonio said it was outside. Count is full. 2 outs in the 10th. They'll be running on this 3-2 pitch with 2 out. Turner Dorn has the side. The look to second, the pitch. High, ball 4. He walked him. And Ohio has taken the lead on a bases loaded walk to Drew Cox. Well, Coach Gernon didn't want to mess around with Ben Slanker, and with runners at first and second, he intentionally walked Ben Slanker to load the bases, forcing Turner Dorn to throw strikes to Drew Cox. He got the count to full after going down 2-0, then walked him on a 3-2 pitch. Bobcats have the lead 8-7. The threat continues with the bases loaded and 2 out. Bryant at third, Slanker on at second, Cox on at first. The pitch in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes on the catcher, Cawthron. Sam Carlisle delivering some more baseballs to Sal Giacomintonio. 1-0 count coming up to the left-handed hitting catcher, Cawthron. The pitch. Over but low. 2-0. Nobody throwing right now in the Bronco bullpen. Turner has worked a lot of innings here of late. Trying to get out of this jam. The pitch. Swung on and popped up. Maloney has a bead on it. In the grass and left, and he battles the sun and hauls it in. Infielders weren't quite sure where that ball was off the bat, but then Maloney, wearing the sunglasses, finally got it in range and made the catch in shallow left field to retire the side. Bobcats leave them loaded, but they score the go-ahead run on a bases-loaded walk. We go to the bottom of the 10th. The Broncos trailing 8-7. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Bobcats have taken the lead here in the 10th inning with a bases loaded walk. Broncos limited the damage, though. They trail by 1. Going to the bottom of the 10th, trailing 8-7. 8-9-1 hitters due up for the Broncos. That's Diego Pena, Brendan Harity, and Tanner Malley. Kent State and Eastern Michigan tied at 7 have gone to the 11th inning in Ypsilanti. Here's the kick and the pitch. Up high to Diego. 1 ball, no strikes. Jack Geyser now back out there, throwing 29 pitches so far. Here's the 1-0 to Pena. There's a strike of the knees. Pena's been on base all 3 times since coming on to pinch hit for Akers earlier in the game. He singled in the 5th and scored. Walked in a run in the 6th and later scored. Safe on an error in the 4th. There's a high chopper to the 3rd. Glove there by Cassidy. The long throw in the dirt, but scooped up by the freshman Drew Cox. And Pena is retired. 1 down here in the Bronco 10th. That'll bring up Brendan Harity.
Now back for Broncos, number 13, Brendan Harity.
Kicking the pitch outside. 1 ball, no strikes to Harity. Broncos had a chance to walk it off in the 9th. Couldn't do it. There's a swing and a foul off the glove of the catcher. Cothran. 1 ball, 1 strike on Harity. Back at the top of the order with Tanner Malley on deck. Harity trying to get on base for him. The pitch. Breaking ball into dirt. 2 balls and 1 strike to the former Brighton Bulldog, Brendan Harity. He'll be honored before the game Saturday with the other seniors in a class of 7. Takes a strike at the knees on the outside corner. Brendan took it, thought it was low. Talking to home plate umpire Sal Giacomintonio about that one. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. The kick and the pitch. Up high. Bobcat bench thought that was a strike. And the count has gone full now on Brendan Harity. Trying to get on base for the top of the order. Geyser to the belt. The 3-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. 2 strikes and a swing and a miss. And Harity goes down as Geyser pounded that one past Harity. And that'll leave it up to Tanner Malley here with 2 outs in the 10th. First pitch to Tanner is over but low. 1 ball, no strikes. Lined out to right in the 1st. Grounded out to short in the 3rd. Doubled in a run in the 5th. Walked in the 6th. Singled in the 8th. There's a chopper to 3rd. Stabbed there by Cassidy. The throw to 1st is in the dirt. It got by the first baseman, and Malley heads down to 2nd base. Tough play for the 3rd baseman Cassidy, and he had a long throw after backhanding that ball beyond the bag, and the Broncos have the tying run at 2nd base for Mike Maloney. We get a conference at the mound as the pitching coach Tim Brown comes out to talk to Jack Geyser. He got the ground ball he was looking for, but Harity with good speed might have beaten that out, but they're going to call it an error on the 3rd baseman, Cassidy, the Michigan native from Northville. As he backhanded that ball behind the bag at 3rd and threw it low and wide of the bag, allowing Malley to advance to 2nd base on the throwing error. So Maloney has a chance to tie this one up. Got great speed at second base. Maloney had a 2 RBI single in the 6th. He singled in the 3rd as well. Also been on base with a walk in the 1st. Here's the pitch. Strike in the outside corner. Maloney came to the plate in the 8th inning with the bases loaded and nobody out, and he bounced one up the middle that ended up into a double play. Broncos scored a run on that play to tie it up. The pitch. Swing and a foul. The Broncos are down to their last strike. Geyser quickly ahead of Maloney, 0-2. Catcher Cawthron needs to adjust the gear here. Adjusting that chest protector. So Maloney digs back in. No balls and 2 strikes. Tying run at second base here in the bottom of the 10th for the Broncos. The pitch. Swing and a bouncer that is through into right field for a base hit. Maloney comes through with a big single. Here's the throw to the plate. It's high. In with a slide. Head first is Maley with the tying run. And Maloney goes down to second base. Mike Maloney comes up clutch again. Going the opposite way. Got it past the first baseman into right field to tie the game at 8. What a clutch at bat for Mike Maloney. Boy, he didn't hit it hard, but he got enough of it to get it past Drew Cox at first base. And with great speed, Maley was going on contact and scored. And the throw went over the head of the catcher, allowing the base runner Maloney to get down to second. They're not going to mess with Dylan Nevar. They give him the base on balls, and down to first he goes. Avery Thielman takes care of Dylan's gear as Lucas Rick steps up to the plate. Rick can walk it off here with a base hit. The DH batting in the cleanup spot. The pitch. That one hit him and then banked off the elbow guard of Rick and off the catcher's forearm, I believe. Lucas Rick, hit by the pitch, goes down to first base. So now the Broncos have them loaded with 2 out for Avery Thielman, who can win this game with a single. Bobcat dugout getting the outfield set. They bring him in and around to right on Thielman. Has got a big hole over there on the right side. With the bases loaded and 2 out in the 10th. The pitch. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes to Avery Thielman. Tied at 8 as the Broncos have battled back with 2 outs and nobody on to tie this game. Now they have the bases loaded, a chance to walk it off. Was set by Geyser. The pitch. Swing and a foul, back and out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Oh, Thielman wanted that one. He took a hefty rip at it and fouled it back. Maloney with a big 2-out base hit delivered the tying run. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch is a strike at the belt. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Avery. Maloney, the runner at third. Nevar down at second. Lucas Rick is on at first base. Maloney, the winning run 90 feet away. Can Avery Thielman come up with a big hit here? The kick and the pitch. Swing and a bouncer to first. Glove there by Cox. He'll step on the bag to retire the side. But the Broncos tie it up on a 2-out single by Maloney to right. And we go to the 11th, tied at 8. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. New pitcher for the Broncos is Matt Hoover, making his 14th appearance. 14 2/3 innings of work, 17 hits, 12 runs, 11 of those earned. 8 walks, 12 strikeouts for Matt. Kicking the pitch. And he hits the leadoff man on the elbow. And down to first goes Caleb Carl, hit by the pitch here in the top of the 11th inning, tied at 8. Dylan Shepard, who came on to pinch hit earlier in the game, stands in with a runner at first and nobody out. Hoover kicks and pitches. Over below, 1 ball, no strikes. Hoover has a 3-0 record out of the bullpen for the Broncos and a 6.75 ERA. It's been good lately for Western Michigan. Pitching coach Zach Putnam, and this one is up high, 2-0. He's behind in the count with a runner at first. He's yet to throw a strike. Hit the first man he faces, and now is down in the count to this left-handed hitter. Shepard takes a strike on the inside corner. 2-1. Two balls and 1 strike. We're in the 11th inning at Himes Field, tied at 8. Toss to first. The runner gets back. Broncos were down to their last strike with a runner at second. And Maloney delivered a big hit to right field to tie the game. Broncos could not get that walk-off, so we play on. The pitch is swung on and lifted deep to right field. This is way back, and at the fence is Ostrander. Leaps. It's gone. Dylan Shepard with a 2-run shot here in the 11th inning gives Ohio the lead. A high drive down the line and right, and he carried out of here. Dylan Shepard stomps on home plate. And the Bobcats take the lead. That's the third home run of the year for the left-handed hitting Shepard. 10-8 now. Ohio, still nobody out in the 11th. That'll bring up Trey Cassidy, the third baseman. The pitch, swing and a miss. One strike on Cassidy. Northville, Michigan native. Kicking the pitch, up high. One ball, one strike. 10-8, Bobcats have taken the lead here in the 11th. There's a chopper to short, or to second base rather. Gloved by me, he bobbles it, then gobbles it up and throws him out. One down on the bouncer to second base. Brings up the second baseman, Steinbaugh. Steinbaugh with a three-hit day. He doubled in the third, singled in the eighth, singled and scored in the 10th. Takes a fastball from Hoover high. One ball, no strikes. Hoover on in relief, the sixth Bronco pitcher today. There's a hard shot to short, bobbled by Harity, and he'll have no play. That was a bullet on the ground, and Harity unable to come up with it. See how they score that? Probably a hit. Yep, single, infield single. That was hit sharply, and Harity was unable to come up with it. So a one-out single with 2 runs in here in the 11th for the Bobcats. The batter is the shortstop, Cam Bryant. Pitches in the dirt, 1-0 to Bryant. What a day for Steinbaugh. Another base hit. He's been on base all day. One ball, no strike. Count on Bryant, and he takes one at the knees for his strike. 1-1. Broncos will have Ostrander, me, and Pena due up in the 11th inning. Kicking the pitch. Swing and a bouncer foul down the left field line off the barrel as he let that ball travel. And he drove it the opposite way, about a foot foul down the third base line. That was a good effort there, but just foul. He's down in the count now, 1-2. Hoover to the belt. The pitch in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Cam Bryant. Bryant singled in his last at bat in the 10th. Also been on base twice with walks in the 4th and the 8th. Sacrificed in the 3rd, flew out to right in the 6th. The pitch to him, swung on and driven foul, pulled that one down the first base line and bounces off the fence and back out into play. Bobcat bullpen runs that down. Count stays 2-2 on Bryant. The kick and the pitch. High. No activity in the Bronco bullpen. Count is full with a runner at first. Broncos need a ground ball here. 3-2 coming up from Hoover. The pitch swung on and pop foul, back and out of play. Three balls and 2 strikes. Bobcats have taken the lead here on a 2-run home run by Dylan Shepard to right field over those MAC Tournament Championship banners out in right. 2016 and 2024. That one's fouled off the facing of the bleachers here at Robert J. Bob Stadium. Count stays full at 3-2. Can't update that other score in Ypsilanti is also in extra innings. There's a pop-up. This one, I believe, is in play behind the plate. Pena calling for it, and he reaches up, makes the catch, falls back, holds on. The runner tags and advances to second base. That's a heads-up play there by the runner. As Diego handled that pop-up, he fell backwards, and tagging and advancing was Steinbaugh. That was heads-up play. We'll bring up the top of the order for the Bobcats with a runner at second and 2 out. Trent Neuer will bat. Right-handed hitter. Takes one outside for a ball. Neuer's 2 for 5 today with a double and an RBI. Singleton drove in a run in the 8th. Also walked. Productive day for the grad student, leadoff hitter for Ohio. The pitch. Strike called outside corner at the belt. 1-1. They're in the 12th now at Eastern Michigan, tied at 7. Broncos need some help from Kent State over there in Ypsilanti. 1 ball, 1 strike count. The pitch. Swing and a foul back. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Trent Neuer. 2 runs in here on the 2-run homer to give the Bobcats the lead as Dylan Shepard went yard here in the 11th. The set, the pitch, swing and a bouncer up the middle for a base hit. Tanner Malley challenging center. He bobbles it. Throw to the plate will not be in time. In to score from second is Steinbaugh, and a single up the middle by Neuer. It's now 11-8 Ohio. Tanner might have had a play if he hadn't bobbled it initially. But once he had that little bobble, regrouped and threw, the base runner was able to score easily from second base. Tanner's thrown out a base runner at the plate earlier in this game. Now it's 11-8 Ohio. The pitch is up high. 1 ball, no strikes. On Ben Slanker. Stands upright at the plate. He has a closed stance. That front foot a little bit closer to home plate than the back left foot. And that approach at the plate has allowed him to hit 19 home runs, including 2 the opposite way today. Waggles that bat low over the left shoulder. Swings and misses on some high heat. One ball and 2 strikes as Hoover gets ahead of the hitter. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out, runner at first, 3 runs in for Ohio here in the 11th inning. The kick and the pitch. Swung on and lifted deep into the night in right field. But caught by Connor Ostrander at the fence. That looked like it might get out of here. But Connor got back to the wall and hauled it in. A majestic blow to the fence by Slanker is hauled in by Connor Ostrander at the fence in deep right field. Broncos bat in their half of the 11th, trailing now by 3. It's Ohio 11, Western Michigan 8. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. That Kent State Eastern Michigan game has gone to the 12th. They're tied at 7 in Ypsilanti. Miami has defeated Ball State 4-3. They temporarily take over his sole possession of first place in the MAC. Kent State trying to hang there with them, needing a win. Broncos would love it for Kent State to win today over Eastern Michigan. Ostrander will lead it off here in the 11th inning. Broncos chasing 3. First pitch from Jack Geyser in for a strike. He's been really good. 50 pitches now for Geyser out of the bullpen. 1 strike on Ostrander. Make it 2 on a pitch at the top of the zone on the outside corner. 0-2 now. Broncos need base runners. Ostrander, me, and Diego Pena. There's a fly ball into deep right center field. Drifting back to center fielder and reaches up and makes the catch at the warning track over his shoulder. Fine running catch by Trent Neuer. Ostrander gave that one a ride all the way to the warning track in right center field, but Neuer able to run it down. That'll bring up Grady Mee with 1 out. Broncos have battled back a couple of different times, including in the 10th when they were down to their last strike before Mike Maloney delivered a single to tie it up. But then Ohio got the go-ahead runs in the top of this 11th inning. 2 coming on the home run by Dylan Shepard. Pitch to me is in for his strike, 1-1. Me trying to get on base. Got a couple of hits today and was hit by a pitch. Pitch is over, but low, 2-1 now. Set by Geyser and the pitch. High. Mees now ahead on the count. 3 balls and a strike. Nobody throwing in either bullpen. Set by Geyser. The 3-1 on the way. There's a strike. Count full now. 3-2. Three balls, 2 strikes on Grady Mee. And the pitch swung on and chopped foul. This game now over the 4-hour mark. Started at 3:08 Eastern time. It's now 7:11. There's a hot shot to the second baseman. 1 hop. Bounce, and the throw is wide. Mee beats it out. That's an error on the second baseman. Steinbaugh. That was a hard shot. He fielded it, then bobbled it, picked it up, and threw it wide of the bag. I'm not sure if they would have had Grady anyway, but he's on base. That's the 4th error of the day by the Bobcats, and that'll bring up Diego Pena. Down by 3. I doubt Grady's going to be running here. They need base runners. Down 3 in the 11th inning. The pitch. In there for a strike of the knees to Diego Pena. Pena came on in the 5th as a pinch hitter for Akers and singled and later scored in the 5th. He's been in there the rest of the way. Had another single and was also safe on an error. He scored 3 runs today. He scored 3 of the 8 Western Michigan runs. Takes one inside for a ball, 1-1. The kick and the pitch. Swinging a chopper on the infield. Tough play for the third baseman. He guns it across and they get him in time. Fine play by Cassidy. As that ball took a high chop on the infield, he was able to get over there, glove it, and quickly throw out Pena. 2 down. The batter is Harity with a runner at second. Runner at second. 2 out. The pitch. Swing and a base hit into right field by Brendan Harity. That will score me from second base. Harity comes through with a big 2-out single to right. And the Broncos hanging in there. They get it to the top of the order for Tanner Malley. Never say die, Bronco offense. See if they can keep it going. 2 out now, top of the order. Harity at first, 2 out. Kick on the pitch. Swing and a foul off the bat of Malley. Tanner lined out to right in the first, grounded out to short in the third, doubled in a run in the 5th, walked in the 6th, singled in the 8th, was safe on an error and scored in the 10th. The pitch to him. High. 1-1 to Malley. Maloney on deck if Malley can get aboard. There was Mike's single with 2 out in the 10th. That tied it up. Forced 11 innings. Pitch is in there for a strike call to Tanner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Broncos down to their last strike again. Geyser to the belt. The look to first. The pitch. Swinging a foul. Tanner hanging in there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Broncos down 3 going into this bottom of the 11th. Have scored once. The kick and the pitch. Outside. Oh. Tough take. Malley gets the call. Bobcat bench wanted that one. 2-2. Big hole over on the right side with the first baseman holding Harity on at first. Here's the pitch. Swinging a chopper that is gloved by the shortstop, flips to second, and in time for the force on Harity to retire the side and end this game. Ohio holds on to win it. They defeat Western Michigan with a 3-run 11th inning. The Bobcats win it 11-9. They take the first game of this 3-game series here at Robert J. Bob's Stadium, Himes Field. 11-9. Line score: 11 runs, 18 hits, 4 errors, 12 left on for Ohio. 9 runs on 12 hits, 1 error. The Broncos left 13 men on base. 9 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. 13 men left on base for Western Michigan. The win goes to Geyser in relief for Ohio, and the loss goes to Matt Hoover of the Broncos, as Ohio, the last place team in the Mid-American Conference, trying to play the spoiler role, defeats Western Michigan in 11 innings today in Game 1 of this 3-game weekend series. Same 2 teams play again tomorrow. Keep an eye on that score in the 12th inning in Ypsilanti between Kent State and Eastern Michigan. They were tied at 7. The Broncos pulling for Kent State in that one here. this afternoon. We'll be back tomorrow for Game 2 of this 3-game series. It's a 2:05 first pitch. Western Michigan and the Ohio Bobcats tomorrow at 2:05 right here on YouTube Live. I'm Robin Hook. Again, the final score today in Game 1 of this 3-game series, the Ohio Bobcats 11, Western Michigan 9. Thanks for watching. So long, everyone.